Okay, while we wait for people to come in, let's watch predictive services. We've got a big storm to track. Not that that's my expertise, area of expertise, but it greatly concerns us. Will this storm end California's wildfire season of 2023? Or will it just bring a little bit of rain? And could we still have high fire danger for the foreseeable next few weeks if no more falls behind this storm? No more moisture, excuse me. I apologize, guys. I'm still sick. I feel like I'm mono or something. But here we are. So let's try to track the storm, see what it means. Hey, Thunder Buddy 257, welcome. There's great uncertainty, so the bottom line is check the weather several times a day because it's changing. Watch predictive services. While it is for Northern California, they basically cover the state. Hey, Christopher, thanks for coming back. You're quickest on the draw. I should call you Christopher the Kid. Your Wild West name. For mods showing up. Oh, and J Cat is a close second. Good to see you. I've been thinking about you, J Cat. How's your health after your radiation event? I really hope it's your recovery's going well. Hey, bruh, how are you? I'm feeling slightly better. I'm just quite frustrated. I'm really hoping my voice holds up. This morning, today, it was pretty much non-existent. Vanessa, Carney, hey guys, how are you guys? We've got a big storm coming, and some models track this from striking from Anchorage all the way to Mexico. Like that's you see the thumbnail in this huge. Here, I'll show you guys real quick. This gigantic thing cycling. I just retweeted that, so I do need to go get a drink of water. You're just glowing. J Cat says I'm just glowing here. Oh my god. Oh, your sense of humor is awesome. Okay, so we're going to play the predictive service video. We're going to play this little Twitter. I respect this Jeff Renera, Renai, Ranerai. I'm sorry, I don't know. He's Emmy award-winning chief meteorologist for the NBC Bay Area thing. So his new forecast, which he also says is changing by the minute, just like Holt Hanley warned us the other day. And Holt Hanley does not have any new videos, unfortunately. I'm hoping he'll upload one tonight or tomorrow. The idea is it's a sprawling large storm with that's forecast to have big octopus tentacles. There's no other way to really put that, but in the swirly pattern. And that one by one they may brush the west coast. Some of them may be lighter and more spread out. Some of them may be like concentrated bands that just sort of whip rain and heavy snow, probably not the highest mountains, 6,000 above. But perhaps high winds and the fact that they don't even know where it would strike, anywhere from Baja California up to Anchorage, or even the entire thing, which is sort of sprawling out, is greatly concerning. So this the nightmare scenario, the worst case scenario, would be that it hovers off of the coast of California and not much moisture touches where it's still bone dry in Southern California, where these fires are still happening. And if it pushes just high winds without much moisture, well, it's a Lahaina scenario, right? Where there was a tropical storm off of Hawaii, but it didn't make landfall at Hawaii, so they got the winds without the rain. So that's serious. So here, let's put on predictive service video. I'll go get my drink. Vanessa says I was on the wrong account and had to switch. I don't have 3 accounts, kids. It's confusing. Okay, well, I was about to totally ban you and disavow you, Vanessa. So I'm really glad that you figured that out. I'm kidding. No, it's great to see you. Carney says I like Daisy Caballero, KGW Weather Girl. She's from Coos Bay. Okay, yeah, we can watch a couple really good ones. We can try that, and we could try Fox 12 Oregon, and Mark Nelson, excuse me. I was in a TV commercial with him, but he's a badass. He's also very respected and really cool. I never like got to shake his hand or anything, but he's quite good. So ACAT says the Weather Channel says everyone on the West Coast should start building an ark. I do just feel, not because I have psychic feelings, but because I've been I grew up in California and been through a lot of this stuff. El Ninos are usually the really big bad flood years when big bad floods hit the West Coast. I mean, it oftentimes Oregon, Washington, and California flood at the same time because the atmospheric rivers and heavy snowpack happens, and then late snow into mid May, and then the late May, atmospheric river type things melt all the snow at once and dump massive amounts of rain. This is a bad scenario that really could play out. So here's to hoping. I mean, we could have milder weather. We've got 3 different scenarios that could play out. So let's check predictive services because that's a short-term forecast. We'll check these and see what the hell's going on. All I know is that we should be prepared for anything. There's also a 5.0 quake off of the coast of California, like west of Eureka, yesterday with a follow-up 4.2 and a 4.0. And there was also a somewhat 3.5 quake at Canyon Dam in Albanor, where the Dixie Fire was, and that's an earthen dam. We have no idea, and they have not explained why there's been so many quakes this year in a place where they never really had them before, except prior to the 1960s. There were a couple. So hold on to your butts. We have to be prepared for anything. Prepare for fires, floods, tsunamis, avalanches. Okay. So, yeah. Oh gosh, we'll talk about Iceland too. I barely scratched the surface. And the entire town, right, is being evacuated in Iceland because of like 4,000 earthquakes in 24 hours. The roads buckling. A volcano may be kind of ready to form right next to or beneath their town. It makes our problems not feel quite as bad, right? You can recover from a flood, you can recover from a fire. You can't put your town back on top of a stream of lava. So they'll, yeah, hold on your butts. So let's watch this. I'll go get my drink. Here's predictive services. Oh, Oregon Stroud is looking better. Wrong, I hit the wrong thing. But let's where's predictive services? There we go. Why are 2 of them playing? Hang on.
Welcome to the NorthOp Significant Fire Potential Outlook for June through September 2023. The webcast will be broken into 3 parts: setup ingredients, expected weather anomalies, and overall expectations. The first section will go over several setup conditions that are applicable to either current or past conditions. They can give a glimpse into future fire season trends and severity, although future weather conditions can change the setups in a short period of time. During May, Northern California was caught between stalled out low pressure systems, especially early and late month, and nearly stationary West Coast ridging. The weather patterns resulted in mixed precipitation and temperature anomalies. Some PSAs, like Northeast California and the Far East Side, picked up above normal receipts, while portions of the Northern Sierra received below normal precipitation values. Average temperatures were a little more clear-cut, with near to above normal readings across the northern two-thirds, while near to below across the southern third. Since October 1st, which is the start of the water year, precipitation has generally been above normal, with more near to slightly below normal results across the far northwest. Average temperatures have been on the cooler side. I like to focus on 2 graphics to determine long and short-term drought trends. Long-term drought is typically developed over a longer period, such as 6 months or more, and can lead to long-term issues, such as seasonal plant mortality, lower reservoir water depths, and impacts to ag interests. The drought monitor graphic to the left represents longer-term drought conditions well. Note the removal of drought from Northern California during May, although abnormally dry conditions remain across the northern tier, and this will be the area to monitor for a possible return to long-term drought conditions in the coming months.
Wait. Is this the right video? Wait. Sorry, I have COVID confusion. This is Saturday, November 11th. Come on, what is the date on this? June. Okay, I was just testing all of y'all. Seriously, I was just testing. Just to see if you could pick up on the fact that that's totally the wrong freaking video. Sorry, real one.
Greetings from the North Op Studios in Reading, and welcome to Saturday's edition of your Fire Weather Webcast. I'm your host, Jeff Tonkin. Let's get started. Just some localized areas of spotty light rain or sprinkles was observed over the last 24 hours, mainly along the Sacramento Valley and across the coastal range, as shown here in light blue. No lightning was observed across the state. There are no red flag warnings or fire weather watches in effect across California. Just a frost advisory shown here in blue over interior Humboldt County and small craft advisories along the coastal waters. Looking at this morning's water vapor satellite imagery from a global perspective shows a dry air mass across the Pacific west of California, the jet stream with embedded moisture directed into Oregon and Washington, and the low pressure system discussed yesterday has moved south of the Aleutian chain and is drifting toward the jet. This feature is still expected to help bring light rain amounts to Northern California in a couple of days. Visible imagery this morning shows some light high clouds drifting eastward, while the northwest canyons and valleys are filled with low clouds. Elsewhere, plenty of sunshine can be expected across the state. Looking at large-scale modeled features via the GFS model at 500 millibars or around the jet stream level, begins this morning showing brisk west to east flow as the jet is parked over Washington and Oregon, while further west the Aleutian low is beginning to help dig a more organized trough. Looping through Sunday and into Monday shows the trough beginning to organize into a low pressure system well off the coast of Northern California. It is at this time we begin to see the jet splitting with low pressure to the north over the Pacific Northwest and a new low digging south over the eastern Pacific. During this period, weather across Northern California will result in some periodic cloud cover and a few light scattered showers closer to the coast. The low needs to get a little closer to the coast for rain to spread farther inland, which may happen on Tuesday. Examining the upper levels during the extended period of Tuesday through Friday shows the East Pacific low beginning to pull away toward the south. On Wednesday and Thursday, the low becomes quasi-stationary while spinning lobes of energy across central and southern California. The rain chances for Northern California, which looked good a few days ago, have now shifted further south. And on Friday, the low begins to move closer to the south central coast. Had this pattern occurred during the summer, there would be concerns of dry lightning potential, but given the time of year and the current state of fuels, isolated thunderstorm potential is not worrisome. Reviewing modeled rainfall forecasts from the GFS shows a weak front and associated light rain just off the coast on Sunday, shown here. Then, looping forward in time, shows very little of that rain reaching eastward beyond the coastal zones. The next chance of rain for North Ops occurs on Tuesday, when a band of rain moves south to north, spreading light rain to areas mainly west of I-5, shown here. Wednesday and beyond only show isolated scattered light showers across the southern zones and perhaps isolated thunderstorms as well. Looking at modeled minimum RH fields and wind fields from CANSAC for this afternoon shows no significant issues as winds remain quite light across most areas except for the far northeast where some breeziness is shown. RH values show some marginal dryness across the Sac Valley and the crest, but those areas also coincide with light winds. On Sunday, general drying increases across most areas other than the immediate coast, shown
The heck? Why did it stop? Come on, play. What's going on? What? Okay, it's screwed up. What? Why is this happening to me? I still have to go mess around the kitchen. Okay. Where did it stop?
Isolated thunderstorm potential is not worrisome. Reviewing modeled rainfall forecasts from the GFS shows a weak front and associated light rain just off the coast on Sunday, shown here. Then, looping forward in time, shows very little of that rain reaching eastward beyond the coastal zones. The next chance of rain for northops occurs on Tuesday, when a band of rain moves south to north, spreading light rain to areas mainly west of I-5, shown here. Wednesday and beyond only show isolated scattered light showers across the southern zones and perhaps isolated thunderstorms as well.
See what I mean about the huge tentacles, you know, right there? Oh, you can't see my cursor. Okay, let me fix that. It's sprawling out like a sort of like a weird twitching octopus sort of thing. So capture cursor. Okay, so now can I just, yeah, you could.
Looking at
Doesn't really work very well, but nobody knows like how the octopus will unfurl its arms, so to speak, you know. But it's like here's one, and then here's one a different day. Here's one, and here's one that brushes California, and they really have no idea where this is going to happen. Originally, they're like, oh, it'll head from Vancouver Island, possibly even Alaska, all the way to the Baja California, because it might just be that big. And now they're showing that it might be more of a tight cluster and mostly affect Southern California, but it may just hover off the coast. That's what we want to figure out. Is Northops predicting that same scenario as some other weather forecasters? Let's see.
Looking at modeled minimum RH fields and wind fields from CanSAC for this afternoon shows no significant issues as winds remain quite light across most areas except for the far northeast where some breeziness is shown. RH values show some marginal dryness across the Sac Valley and the crest, but those areas also coincide with light winds. On Sunday, general drying increases across most areas other than the immediate coast, shown.
All right, so the glitch is that it's only 6 minutes and 22 minutes long, and it just cuts off mid-speech. Okay, so and I can refresh, but yeah, it just says it has 6 minutes and 22. So we don't get the recap, like in summary, blah 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 portion. So sorry that was troubled, friends. I had not seen the whole thing, didn't know it did that. So let's go to Twitter. Here's this great video from Jeff. I'm butchering his name. Ranieri, Jeff R, respected meteorologist. So let me turn on its volume. Let's make this. Oh, that's way too big. Okay, let's turn on. Make sure we have good quality. Oh, Twitter doesn't allow me to choose quality. Great. Okay, 1 minute. Get this. There. Let's watch. It's pretty brief.
Right now, the way things are setting up, looks like this storm system is going to be positioning itself more off towards the south. So this is Monday morning. Here's the storm system itself. Then watch as I advance this on Tuesday, and you can see how it just kind of spins to the south of the Bay Area. Not always the best to get us high rainfall totals with this kind of a trajectory. We get into what could be some widespread rain here on Wednesday, a little bit more on Thursday, then would kind of kick out of here on Friday. But again, the main branch of that storm may actually head towards Los Angeles. Right now, the way things are setting up.
Okay, so Twitter is, you have to have like 30-second or smaller videos usually. Now, he had one yesterday. So this is where it's talking about snow. So let's see about this one. Let's see, wow, that's much higher resolution. Can we make this full screen? Well, this is not a video. It's high resolution because it's a photo. Okay, he says we're tracking the San Francisco Bay Area storm and rain chance and Sierra snow chance next week. What I'm seeing about this storm tonight that could prevent super totals. Okay, then there's no link to where he explains that about the snow. But looking at the video he just showed, it was south of Tahoe in the Sierras, highest elevations for receiving snow in the latest model about this. So, yeah, let me look at Carney Shields' uh, recommendation, and we'll watch a few other meteorologists. I want to know what those in Oregon have to say too, but they're saying some Tuesday moisture from the north for the northern California area. We're talking maybe Shasta County, but mostly looks like Humboldt, Del Norte, maybe a little bit further south, but north of the Bay Area. C-Probe, it says it's the 11th hour, the 11th day of the 11th month. Is that from a movie? Like that? Is that a reference to Doomsday Clock? Or is number 11 unlucky? Yeah, Carney, the Great Flood of 1862 made California's Central Valley into a sea. Well, you know what? I have a favorite quote. Geologists call it a basin. Real estate agents call it a valley. That's what valleys are for. They're flooding from time to time, collecting water. So, yeah, that was an 1861 storm that started in the winter of 1861 and then spilled over into New Year's Day and beyond for 1862. And it wiped out more than 30 towns off the face of the map, most of which never came back. The Willamette River, I mean, up and down California's river system, but the Willamette River too, and changed the course of it in the Columbia. And I've not studied how it affected Washington, but the Toutle River and where Longview and Kelso are today, there used to be a town called Monticello, and you won't find it on the map anymore. So I do want to say thank you to all of our vets. Thank you for your service, and we appreciate you. And that's pretty cool, Carney. I didn't know you served in the military. Thank you too. It's a somber holiday. I think didn't it used to be called Gettysburg Day. Gettysburg happened in spring. World War One then. Remembrance Day or Armistice Day evolved into Veterans Day. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Memorial Day was Gettysburg Day. Ah, oh, sorry guys, I'm still sick. C-Probe says his dad fought in the Great War. Wow. Yeah, thank you, Dustin. Thank you. Good to see you guys. And Jane and Sal Tramp and all you guys. Spinny. Sorry I haven't, I'll catch up with chat. So, let's see, which meteorologist we were going to watch next. What was it that you recommended? NBC? KGW. Okay. So we can go to kgw.com. And they said I haven't watched them too much lately. Fox 12 Oregon weather is pretty supreme in my book, so I usually tune into that. But that doesn't mean the others are bad. I mean, I like Coin as well. Oh yeah, Rod Hill from KGW, I remember them. So this is mostly a local forecast for the Oregon, Portland area for the most part. So I was hoping here, this is a general snow outlook for Portland. High wind warning issue along the Oregon coast. Maybe they have a video. Right now there's a small craft warning, not just small craft advisory, and I'll show you my radar in just a second. So yeah, this weekend gusts of up 35 miles. Wind of 35 miles an hour, gust of 65 expected near the beaches and headlands of the Oregon coast, thanks to the thing churning off shore in the Pacific. There's a 70 forecast. This looks mostly from Portland, but Carney, if I'm missing something, yeah, they're saying that there's king tides. A lot of people. Funny thing about the Oregon coast is a lot of people don't want to go in summer. That's when the water is coldest because it comes from Alaska. It's kind of miserable. But a lot of people go to the coast in winter because the water's warmer. It comes up from Mexico. So body surfers are out there in the winter. And then the storm watchers are out there because Oregon coast storms are amazing. You could have a viewpoint like this and watch these gigantic waves just slam up into the cliffs. They're called the king tides. They have a local name for it. We had a water spout off the coast of Oregon, which means a water tornado. Was it by Yachats or Wildfire or something the other day? Sorry, guys, my throat. So let's go to Fox 12 then. Whoa, that's a freaky headline. 9 dogs were found in tragic conditions along with the owner who was dead for 12 days. In Tahia. Oh, that's dark. That's dark. I don't want to. Definitely not dwell on that. The news pages right now. I've got a lot to worry about. So, yeah, Vanessa, please update me on the volcano situation and give us a link. Iceland. Hey. Oh, ad blocker. First alert weather. Whoa, that's a lot of ads when you turn that off. But where's the weather? Oh, forgot. Weather alerts. Okay, this is local wind advisories. 50-mile-an-hour winds, lower Columbia Basin. So Oregon's getting some serious high winds in the near-term forecast from 7 a.m. 7 p.m. Today? Wait, what? Today? I'm not exactly in the lower Columbia Basin, but okay. And then a wind advisory remains in effect from 7 to 7 p.m. today through early evening. Southwest. I was hoping for a video, mate. Let's go to weather. First alert, weather. Oh, there she is. There she is. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Let's watch.
The 7-day forecast on Fox 12 is sponsored by Key Home Furnishings. Shop Key Home's Black Friday sale.
Okay, yeah. Wait, oh, is that an ad? Am I going to... Oh, Key Home Furnishings. Can't watch it without turning off the ad blocker. Where did the video... Where did the video go? Oh, hold on. It's Tech Revolte. That's what C-Probe calls us. Yeah, skip the ad.
All right, meteorologist Katie Sneed back with another look at your forecast.
This was the camera that I found that pointed in the direction that the rain is coming from. I thought we'd take a look at it, and of course we find rain on the camera lens there. It's coming, at least the heaviest part of what we're expecting. We can see it just about to reach us here in the Portland Metro on the camera and the radar there. Here's where the winds are right around 8 o'clock, expecting gusts. These are the gusty winds. About 39 miles per hour for Portland, 37 in Salem. You can see that southerly wind just coming right up, being funneled right up through the valley toward the Portland Metro. 40-mile-per-hour gusts in some areas there along the coast. As we go through the morning, get to around 11 o'clock, this is not only when we expect the rain to pretty much have calmed down for a majority of the Portland Metro and the valley, we're also seeing the winds backing off just a bit. You go through the later part of the morning and you can see we get back to something a little more normal and then see a little stronger gust as we go into tomorrow morning, but we're not expecting it to get at this point to around that 35 to 40 mile per hour range. Here's where your temperatures are this morning.
Oh, yeah, we don't need,
along the coast and as well as through the valley.
Hang on. We don't need to know about that. Let's scroll ahead.
Temperature in the Tillamook area, it's since backed off, but everybody has warmer temperatures, and that's what we are expecting for today, is to stay at least at month.
Here we go.
With temperatures expecting to stay at least at average. This is kind of the middle air, the neutral air. These are colder air colors, and then you see the red is the warmer. We stay maybe just slightly cooler, but we have this cutoff low, this split system that drops down, cuts off, sweeps underneath us through California, and then comes back up and reconnects once we get into Saturday next weekend.
What? Oops, unflattering pause. Okay, that's new information. So when pay attention where she points down, and you see this like circle-y thing. That's the I don't know what you call it, the eye of the storm, but the central portion of it. And she's saying it's going to go down to Southern California, loop back around towards Idaho, and come back and hit the Pacific Northwest from the east. Okay, I see why you like her, Carney. That's good info.
Gray is hitting it spot on. So you can see we've had a pretty warm start to the month with temperatures expecting to stay at least at average. This is kind of the middle air, the neutral air. These are colder air colors, and then you see the red is the warmer. We stay maybe just slightly cooler, but we have this cutoff low, this split system that drops down, cuts off, sweeps underneath us through California, and then comes back up and reconnects once we get into Saturday next weekend. That keeps us right in that neutral spot with our airflow, making our temperatures and our chance for showers pretty small, temperatures right around average. Today, just slightly warmer, both along the coast through the valley. You can see upper 50s to low 50s to mid 50s as you head off to central and eastern Oregon. Tomorrow, very similar to today, other than the fact that the showers, instead of being in the morning, they'll be more in the night, spill over to Monday, and then it's just a mild week ahead. Deb?
Really? Okay. So she's not really commenting on how it might affect California and where it's going. But okay, that's good news. I'm a little confused because then it shows like sunny days later in the week, but the storm is changing by the hour, the whole forecast for it. All right, let's go back to chat. So looking back, speaking of such, pin the post. Oh, yeah, thanks, Smitty. I will in a second. I have to tweet that I'm live, too. So Jan Johannes Smith says, I'm listening. We're going to sleep now. Okay, I'll try to soothe you. Sam Breedlove says, hi, I haven't tuned into your world since the calendar. I'm grateful to see you still doing great work here, and smiles. Good to see you, Sam. Thank you for tuning in. I don't blame you. You know, after a traumatic event like that, it's many people just don't want to hear more about fire, you know. So I'm glad that you came back and said hi, though. Shoot, I should have made the announcement towards the beginning of the video, but I feel like what I should do is cover possible flooding this off season. It might be a way to, you know, stay alive and keep donations going for the channel during so that, you know, I don't go broke. But also, it's just as important to cover floods. I know much about California, at least the north, and know some about Southern California and their floods, at least historically. So I could provide valuable information that won't be exactly the same like fire stuff. But frustratingly, the media these days, they don't really do all-day coverage during crisis like they used to. So maybe we can be of help and tell people where to go as the authorities are saying that. Just repeat it and pass it along and show people current conditions best we can, you know, being far away from it. So Dustin M says 22 months into the Dixie rebuilding. Fire sucks, but next is erosion and flooding. That's also a good point. California is now prone to way more vulnerable to flash flooding, especially and mudslides in the giant burn scars. So we've got to hold on to our butts. This El Nino could really be a flood year. Just expect wild weather. El Ninos and La Ninas mean wild weather and wild cards, where it would be a bit of a surprise if the weather acts like a non-El Nino or La Nina year, you know, like a quote normal year, right? And I see all you guys appreciating the veterans in the chat. So let's go to the next. Holt Haley had a video that was it's 2 days old now, but he basically said that there's two things with this big old storm. And let me show you the radar. Let me show you the radar, the current conditions, because we need Southern California is the big focus here. And yes, I live in the Pacific Northwest and kind of want to know what will happen with this storm. And you can see that currently it's forming, and the different chunks are coming together to form this swirly pattern. So the eye is here. What I'm just going to loosely use loose weather terms. The eye is here, and there's some things that have to adjust. The jet stream. Ryan Hall, y'all, is a good channel, but he mostly covers the central part of the United States and the East Coast. But he did explain that what the jet stream is doing right now, it has a kink in it over here by Eastern Canada. What that does is it makes a sort of a predictable general pattern. And so he's saying right after Thanksgiving, all hell's going to break loose, basically, with United States weather. The jet stream will readjust itself, and it will start over almost by Hawaii, just north of Hawaii, and it will be like an arrow pointing to the east, across Southern California, through Arizona, New Mexico, into Texas, and all the way to Georgia, Florida. And that will push a lot of, high wind type stuff and storms across the southern portions of the lower 48. Now that is lining up with what I'll show you graphics in a minute, what the El Nino does and how it affects the jet stream. It usually means cooler than average and wetter than average, as like Southern California and, well, Arizona, New Mexico, and well, all the way across the south. I don't mean just the south, like not just Florida, but the southern lower 48. So the other thing that El Nino usually does is hotter and drier Pacific Northwest, but it can do the opposite. It can do the opposite of what it normally does. So you can have it act like a La Nina, which is weird. You can have it act like a normal year, or you can have it act like your typical El Nino year. So great. But so far, what these storms are doing currently, it seems that the El Nino pattern is what we can mostly rely upon, like the typical one, where it is wetter and colder in Southern California and the rest of the lower 48. That's what I'm putting my money on. And the thing is that there's a sort of central dividing line. I'll show you the graphics later, right around San Francisco and north, where there's this big question mark for the central and northern part of California, where it's way harder to predict the snowpack and the rains, precipitation. During El Nino, it's just a big question mark. It's much easier to predict what happens to the Pacific Northwest and the northeast of the United States. So here's our storm right now. What does this mean for like this week, next week? You still have Southern California in a state of bone dryness and unusually high temperatures, about 10 degrees higher, 8 to 10 higher than average. That's why we have these other fires that taken off the other day. We had the Santa Ana winds blowing, 8% humidity all last week, the Highland Fire, the Sun Fire. They did an awesome job today. I monitored the fires everywhere from Auburn. They pounced on it, got it under control. In Southern California, the moment they broke out, they pounced on it, got them under control. Phew, big sigh of relief, the Sun Fire. I had a watch duty update. Let me check that out. Is this a new fire? This might be. Hang on, I'm looking at my phone. Yeah, a few seconds ago, a small fire has just broken out in Shasta County. So I'll wait for the very next update. I want to finish this preview right now. This is the current conditions. Here's the eye of the storm. It's going to gather moisture to it or generate it, however this works, and start making its way towards the west coast of the United States. So the huge uncertainty was, will it hit the Gulf of Alaska all the way down to Baja, big question mark, or all of the above in either different stages, different days, or all at once as a big mega band of moisture. Like now it's looking like it'll path down here off the coast of Southern California, mostly maybe splash next couple of days, Northern California, a little bit of rain off the coast mainly, maybe up into Shasta County. And the big chunk of it, though, the big chunk is going to be down here off the coast of the Channel Islands, and maybe it'll park itself. We don't want that. If it parks itself and just lightly brushes the coast, or not at all with moisture, then you could have a Lahaina situation where you get the high winds and no moisture, little to no, which would create very bad conditions for fire. So that's a little bit concerning. That's why we're going to have to check this very frequently. Now, the good news is CAL FIRE is mobilized, and they're down there ready, willing, and waiting. Ready, willing, and able, and waiting for any sort of fires to break out. There is a level of readiness that John Bruno explained to us the other night. The retired fire chief, he says that they've really stationed the airplanes and CAL FIRE down here for the just-in-case scenarios. It's just totally awesome. The fact that Northern California doesn't have so much fire, as much fire danger at all. They're doing, most of these little dots are a bunch of prescribed burns. I mean, something broke out at Auburn today, but next door they were doing prescribed burns. That means they can concentrate most of their forces down here and have a very quick response and very massive response. So that's a little bit of a relief. They're ready to go. We've seen over the past few days and last week, I mean, apart from the Highlands fire, which was a little bit of a sluggish response, where they underestimated it in the first hour. Other than that, they've been super on the ball. And with the Highlands fire, I'm not faulting them. It's just the fact that they underestimated it and called it moderate rate of spread for the first hour until it took off and then started running in the neighborhoods. The situation changed. The forecasted winds, conditions, and all that changed and got more severe. Just boom, in an instant. So they had gone with the forecast. It really wasn't that high of a wind event. It was still Santa Ana's, but it wasn't. The winds weren't that fierce. So they went with, oh, how does fire usually behave in this scenario? When I think they've already experienced that wake-up call is don't respond according to what you think it'll do. Respond to what it could possibly do in the worst-case scenario. Then you won't be blindsided. So, but the silver lining of the Highlands fires, they are absolutely woken up, and they are slamming everything with everything they've got immediately, which has really helped a situation like the Sun fire. And they have 60% containment, which is awesome. So all up and down the coast, extremely high winds. And I was a bit puzzled. Let me turn off the radar. We're going to go check out the fire now that just showed up on watch duty. Let's go find it. I'll look at chat in a second. Where's my map? Let's close weather down and go to El Topo and everything. This is the Pathf Fire in Shasta County. Additional response to a vegetation fire. The original caller was calling about a smoke check. Let's change, well, that map. Yeah, that's a little bit darker. Let's see if I can get that darker so we don't blind the people here. Yeah, that works. Okay, so you see Lake Shasta. Now let's see where it is on watch duty. Waiting for another update. We'll check our cams. Shasta County's got a lot of cams. So Pathf Fire, looking at my cell phone. Okay, it's west of I-5, west of Anderson, slightly south. Whoa, structures. Remember the days when I first started out and I would hit the structures button and my computer would lag out? Well, I got a robust computer now. Okay, let's go to our, where's Anderson? So it looks like it's approximately right around here. There's Cottonwood. Now we don't have any ghost detections. It's something small right now. So the Pathf Fire that just happened, breaking news, Shasta County. let's go find it on the cams. Now let me look at the chat. Anybody have any questions? I hope I was as clear as I could be about the storm. We'll check out this fire, then we'll answer questions and try to find more about the storm. Maybe Holt Haney or somebody else will give us an update. We'll have to check on Iceland. Like, what the hell's going on with Iceland with that town in jeopardy of a volcano erupting underneath it? 4,000 plus earthquakes. They do. Okay, thank you, Vanessa, for that. I just opened up the Twitter feed. Thanks. We'll look at it in just a second. So, Justin M says the Engel mine and the Superior mine is about to stand up as a leach mine. Oh dear. I hope you all will help me resist a Canadian mining company backed by CCP. Country. Whoa. Yeah. Let us know what that's about, Justin. The Engel mine. I'm familiar with that. So is Smitty and a couple other. At least to live by Greenville. I didn't make it to the Engel mine, but I saw it as a distance. It looked like a gigantic, huge facility at one time before it fell into ruin. All right, alert wildfire cams. Let's get eyes on this thing. Yeah, regular alert wildfire should be right here. Okay, right click. New tab to the right. Alert wildfire, Shasta County. Now we'll check the wind, see if anything's going on near Shasta right now that could be concerning. Because they're not saying on watch duty at the moment. See, there's Cottonwood. This might be front row. No, this looks like if this fire is there, it's behind a hill. Okay. All right. So let's see. It's approximately here. This cam, West Peak 1. Oh my God, it gave me a heart attack. I have notifications on high. West Peak 1 cam. It would be in the distance. There we got it right here. Isn't that a fire? It almost looks small enough to be a structure fire. Right here. Watch. But it starts fading away. So, all right. This is probably an extreme zoom. If that is the fire they've just reported, I'm glad that it seems to be going down. So let's look. Pathf Fire. Radio traffic fire is contained to the burn pile. Aha. Unit on the scene reports large burn pile, unknown extension, but lots of glowing embers. They're canceling most of their incoming resources. Okay, so this is a wake-up call for us. Be vigilant. Because boy, did that whoosh up, didn't it? Let's look at our current wind speed for Shasta County and go back real quick to my radar. Over here by Anderson, another town nearby. This doesn't look like it's much is going on. Which is awesome. The north winds are famous, almost as famous as Diablo and Santa Ana winds. They come out of Oregon's, eastern Oregon's, east of Clam Falls, dry desert. And then they blow with a fierceness almost due south or south to the southwest. And it accelerates over the mountains. And that's why you have the Fawn Fire and others, like, you know, the one with the barrier in, lady. That one. Just racing and taking out neighborhoods. They're quite deadly. So everybody in the Shasta County area lives in fear of the north winds, but they do not seem to be a factor. I don't know which seasons they typically run in. So let's see, where is the actual forecast? Okay. In current winds conditions, it's a dead calm with winds at the 10 miles an hour. Okay. So that would explain why it whooshed up there, probably some dry. I mean, it was a burn pile after all, but something made that burn pile go wild, visible from long distance cameras. be quite careful with everything, guys. I know a lot of municipalities and counties just opened up a brief burn your yard waste as fast as you can window before the big rains and snow arrive. But be careful with it, guys. Don't try to burn too much at once. Really, we've had a lot of those get out of control. So great. I'm happy that that wasn't too big of a factor right there. So let's look back at watch duty. Now we've got a little thing, Mateo Fire, Halfman Bay. Great, they had it under control by 6 o'clock. Okay, great. Now we do have very high winds off the coast. Anything right on the coastal edge would concern me greatly. So that's very good. Okay, let's look back at chat. Now we'll look back at what's going on in Iceland too. Jane says, may I suggest Pacific Northwest Weather Watch and California Weather Watch on YouTube? He does a great job. Okay. Yeah, let's definitely look. Yeah, and if you guys can hit the like button, that'd be great. I just have to tweet that I'm live. Sorry, let me just do this really quick. I totally forgot. I'm live. I found a shortcut button in YouTube Studios, so I can just do that in seconds rather than a minute like I used to. Okay. And I thank you all for being here. Let me put the pin post up. I want to stay ad-free, but this channel struggles especially in the off season and winter when just big fires are not really breaking out. We don't have a lot of traffic, we don't have a lot of donations, but I want to stay ad-free. So you can hit the super thanks button or the super chat. Even $1 makes a difference. It really does. If you can't, no, don't sweat it. Now let me go to my channel page to get the link. PayPal is even better, which I'm going to put the PayPal link as the pinned comment, because YouTube takes 30%, more than a quarter of all donations from super chat, super thanks, and it's harder than ever to stay on YouTube and make a living. There's a lot of scandals. I went into it last night. I won't take up your time with it now. PayPal donation link. Thank you. Okay, so if you go into the chat, the very top comment, which is what we mean by pin, is where you can donate via PayPal, and they take almost nothing. So I'm going to set up more things like Venmo and the others soon. Just we've had a weird, busy late season here, and I've been trying to prepare for winter because winter is coming. So let's go back. Timestamp the new video 53 and 12. Okay, let's see. We'll do the Iceland thing in a second, but we need to know about storms. How are they going to affect California right here? So Jane says Pacific Northwest Weather Watch and California Weather Watch on YouTube. Now the problem with YouTube weather people is I can like show snippets of their channel for fair use, but in general it's not polite to just show like their whole videos so people watch it here instead of somewhere else. I do have a snippet from Ryan Hall, y'all, and I hope that yeah, here's where he explains the kink in the trough way better than I can. I'll just show you a snippet, and if you want to watch the whole thing, which I recommend, here's a link to Ryan Hall, y'all's channel. He does for, I found out, like I started my channel just going live. I didn't know that anybody else did anything like this. You know, monitoring fires and disasters and telling people the information they need. But he does this for, a couple others do, for tornadoes. So tornadoes affect a much bigger portion of the country. So he's a lot more financially successful and big. He's also a pro meteorologist. I'm certainly not one of those. But he's very accurate and very good. And he raises a lot of money for tornado victims. I highly recommend. So he does these update videos, and mostly he's talking about what will happen after Thanksgiving and why all hell will break loose. Because he's talking about the jet stream changes, but he does briefly mention what's going on with California and stuff right now. So here's the kink of the jet stream right back here, and I'll just show you a snippet. But I highly recommend liking and subscribing to
It has
his.
time to compile and organize into a storm. So cold air from the north and lift up as much warm air as possible from the south. This particular trough is going to bring about some unsettled weather for the East Coast, which we will talk about here in a moment. But look, an even bigger one is coming in right after that. This dip in the jet stream or trough is going to allow an extreme amount of cold air to sink in behind it and much warmer air to pull up in front of it. You've got 30 to 40 degrees below average temperatures in the northwest and a giant area of 30 degree above average temperatures in the central U.S.
That's going to mean we could have another scenario where, like, remember Pigeon Forge, I believe, Tennessee wildfires? Right now, Kentucky's had some wildfires. So what El Nino does to the East Coast is, in the northern parts, central to northern East Coast and Ohio Valley type area, is drier than normal and hotter than normal winters, where they could have high wind from their typical storm season, but it's dry. And I have to look up the dates of the Pigeon Forge disaster or the Pigeon, whatever it's called, town. I'm sorry. I can't remember it off the top of my head. It was several years ago. So this is very concerning for the East Coast of the United States. I occasionally do a fire tracking for mega crises, and especially the states where I have friends that live, like Kentucky and Tennessee. But this is ominous, but I need to make sure you guys know that he's talking about the general trend, especially what happens after Thanksgiving. But then he'll loop around, back to what's affecting us over here too.
This is a crazy huge temperature gradient, and of course, where those air masses meet, a fight will ensue in the atmosphere that will lead to low pressure systems forming. This will be a catalyst for some potentially very strong storms to tear across the country. And unfortunately, this is all going to start right around the busiest travel season of the year, Thanksgiving week. And these are the kinds of storms that could potentially cause travel delays and poor road conditions. So myself and everybody else in the weather community is going to be watching this like a hawk as we go forward. And speaking of Thanksgiving, you know what I'm thankful for? Today's sponsor.
Okay, we don't have to watch his sponsor, but he explains with these nice graphics that the jet stream will just be going from, just off the coast of California, just in a straight line west to east. So let's rewind a little bit where he's talking about storms start next week.
Pattern. But why is this happening? What exactly is changing? You see, for the past week or so, and for the next little bit, the jet stream has been and will continue to move pretty much in a straight line from west to east across the majority of the country. This is what we call zonal flow. This zonal flow pushes any and all energy that could fuel storms out to sea very quickly before anything can happen. There's no sharp dips or ridges in the jet stream that allows for the mixing that needs to happen for a big storm to form. But watch what happens as we go towards the end of next week. There's a kink in the jet stream. These kinks are little dips in the jet stream form because the atmosphere really wants to balance temperatures around the globe from the equator to the poles. And it actually slows down the flow enough to where all this energy has time to compile and organize into a storm. So they deliver cold air from the north and lift up as much warm air as possible from the south. This particular trough is going to bring about some unsettled weather for the East Coast, which we will talk about here in a moment. But look, an even bigger one is coming in right after that.
That's our storm. That's what he just showed. That's our storm off the Pacific. Watch.
We'll talk about here in a moment. But look, an even bigger one is coming in right after that. This dip in the jet stream or trough is going to allow an extreme amount of cold air to sink in behind it and much warmer air to pull up in front of it.
Yeah, look how crazy that will be. And then, mind you, this is changing by the hour. Where there's hopefully the moisture down here in Southern California, so you can barely see my cursor. But look at the crazy extreme temperature differences. Looks like Montana's going to be in a deep freeze. Idaho will be cold. But it looks like the East Coast might be in for some crazy fires. So hold on to your butts. I'm going to put FEMA alert for Kentucky so that if they have more, with my FEMA app on my phone, if they have more fires, I'll become aware of them. And I do want a heads up. Right now, I just checked the current Kentucky fires, which were quite concerning. People probably just going about their business trying to burn leaves and stuff like normal and just being blindsided by the fact it's way drier and hotter than it should be. And probably some just pure accidents. Dozens of them have broken out in the last couple of days. And so being very preoccupied with California's red flag, I was being pretty sick. I didn't quite notice, but my Kentucky friend goes, "What do you think? What's your opinion on what's happening over here?" I'm like, "What? Whoa." So this concerns me pretty greatly. This America, buckle up. We're probably going to have quite a severe winter with severe weather, just all the way around, no matter where you're located. If you don't have severe weather this winter, you'll be a lucky little island of sanity. And so I can't emphasize enough: stock up on food, stock up on your essentials. Consider the purchase of a generator. Things like watertight and waterproof trunks in case there's flooding. You can only fit so much in your car if you have to evacuate. Leave things like your photo albums and stuff behind securely in a waterproof, watertight trunk. They sell them at Container Store. Those are my favorites. But the others are being produced anymore. So just a reminder too, December 5th, California's 7th largest wildfire ever. December 5th, down in Santa Barbara County happened, right next to the adjacent LA County. And that was the Thomas Fire of 2017, and it burned for months. Out of control Santa Ana winds, and yet December 5th was pretty dry. So I'm looking at the possibility of having to do fire stream and flood watch stream at the same time this winter for just different portions of California. We could have a big Southern California big December fire. It's possible. Now, Holt Hanley, though, says if this is the start of the traditional wet season, California's fire season is over. But if this is a fluke storm, if this is just a one-time thing, and then we get a week or two of dryness out in the Pacific, hold on to your butts. It's red flag again. Because October through January is Santa Ana wind season. The only reason Santa Ana's become safe after the wet season begins is, well, it's freaking wet. So hold on to your butts, guys. All right, let me go back to chat real quick. Hey, Urban, yeah, Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg. Right, yeah, I forgot Gatlinburg. Thank you, and good to see you, Urban. Did you get notified by Twitter that I was live or by YouTube? Because I just notified everybody on Twitter. So let me check out. And good to see you too, Jane Blackbird. Pacific Northwest Weather Watch. Yes, that's a good channel. And California Weather Watch on YouTube. So the California Weather Watch. I think I've seen this one before. This one?
Hey, everybody.
I just, oh, is it the same individual? Let's see.
Hey, everybody. Michael Snyder.
This automatically plays. Sorry about that. What I hate about YouTube is they've changed everything again. Most of my old videos, I say, hey, if you want to see where my Twitter link is, my email link, and PayPal donation link, you go to the About page, click on my channel, go to the About page. Well, guess what YouTube just did? It's missing. There's no longer an About page. Now you're supposed to just kind of magically understand you should click words up here above where it says subscribe and get information about. Now it says About. It's just about, it just describes what the channel's about. How many views? Yeah, he hasn't gotten that many, 280,000. I mean, that's good for starting. Actually, that's very good for starting in October. But it's like an up and coming channel. So El Nino update of 3 weeks ago. Is there anything? Yes, he's got a 9-hour ago update. Now I'm just going to link right here to this individual's video out of just respect for other creators. We're not going to just sit here and watch the whole thing, but let's get the gist of it.
Hey everybody, Michael Snyder, California Weather Watch. Today is November 11th, and right now we're looking at the visible satellite imagery. You can see there is no marine layer to speak of up and down the coastline here this morning, but we do have some low clouds and fog across northwest California. If we zoom in here on the GOES 18 satellite imagery, you can actually see Mount Shasta here. You can see the snow across the higher terrain of the Sierra Nevada, and we're going to be adding to some of the snowfall here over the next 7 days to 2 weeks coming up. And what everybody wants to know about here is, what is that storm going to do that's going to form off the coastline here? And that's what we're going to dive into in some detail during the video today. First, let's take a look at the infrared satellite imagery, and this is that cold air. It's going to be associated with that storm. This will organize into a storm here and spin up off the coast of California. Pretty dynamic storm here, and the location and the placement of it is going to mean everything with respect to just how dynamic the storm will be for the state of California. And check it out, the subscriber count's gone up quite a bit the last couple of days. This is all thanks to you guys. You guys make this channel possible, so much appreciated.
Yeah, let's pump him higher, guys. So here's the video link, the specific one. I just gave the channel link, but here's a specific video link. Let's make this guy famous, man. He's really good. I remember now that he was doing the Pacific Northwest weather, and I think I gave a little bit of feedback about, quickly summarize fast as you can in the beginning, so that I can just quickly get the gist of it, and then report how this affects people with fire concern. So yeah, he definitely deserves a lot of praise. He's nice and accurate and just to the point now. It's great.
Appreciated. Taking a look at this day in SoCal weather history, look at 97 and 93, some tornado action, and 82 and 78, some pretty nice snowfall amounts for the higher terrain. Great stuff from the National Weather Service San Diego, as always. This is a 5-day outlook. You can see Eureka, California, Northwest California, Monday and Tuesday, those precipitation chances start to come over the region here, and then this is going to move down across the Bay Area and Southern California as well, and we'll take a look at those weather model maps here in a moment. Taking a look at the potential rainfall accumulation for the Bay Area, starting to get some confidence here in a rainy solution coming up here, and you can see some big amounts starting to show up here as well. Coastal range might be kind of targeted here also, and it depends on just how far east this storm will set up for the Sierra Nevada and its precipitation amounts. We'll go over that in some more detail as we go. This is Southern California, Wednesday through Friday. As you can see, they're starting to paint a pretty rainy picture here for some of Southern California, but you got to take this.
Wait, did he just say Wednesday through Friday? Let me go back.
You can see they're starting to paint a pretty well. This is Southern California, Wednesday through Friday. As
next Wednesday? Yeah. So it doesn't look like Southern California will get any real moisture until at least Thursday, is what they've been saying. But that's always been up in the air. So hold on to your butts. I'll be here ready to go live if necessary. Hopefully not necessary. But this is the meat and potatoes right here. The huge uncertainty. Where does it strike? Does it hover off the coast and just give us winds and keep it dry down here? Because that would be awful. That'd be extreme fire danger, in my opinion. Just because there hasn't been enough moisture. It's been, I think of the Santa Anas has been going on last week, and a week and a half really, off and on. That's like a huge hair dryer all over the Southern California state, just drying out the vegetation. 8% humidity. Okay, when you bake cookies in the oven is more humid than that. And even if wind and such has died down, it doesn't mean that any of the vegetation has had much time to recover, because nighttime humidity has been kind of abysmal in many of these places. So let's look at what he has to say about what's going to happen.
As you can see, they're starting to paint a pretty rainy picture here for some of Southern California, but you got to take this with a grain of salt, and I'll show you the disagreement in some of the ensemble members here coming up in a moment.
Wait. I don't know that you guys can see this chart clearly. I was like, what do you mean it's rainy? It looks bone dry. Okay, this is the weirdest chart I've ever seen. Interesting color code. The redder it is, the wetter it is. Okay. Now that makes sense when you're seeing a traditional radar picture, but when it's like a map, doesn't it look like red should be dry or green should be wet? Okay, so I guess if the chart kept going, if pink was at the top, that would mean torrential downpour stuff. I just want to point that out because I don't think you could see this very well. So it means that there's more rain on the coast and a lot less. So at the bottom where it says this mint green, that's at 0.2 inches. And then you get to 2 inches in the yellow. Above 2 inches in the orange. This up here, 4 inches of rain. Wow. Over getting east of, this is Santa Barbara County up here, right on the border. Wow. Okay. So I just want to point that out. Let's continue.
With a grain of salt, and I'll show you the disagreement and some of the ensemble members here coming up in a moment. So don't get too excited just yet. We still have some work to do here with this forecast. Potential for inch plus, you can see, for example, San Francisco is about 90%. 2+ inches, 78%, so pretty good bet there. And 3+ inches, about 32% here. So there is the chance for some pretty excessive rainfall with this system. It is a very slow moving system here, and if it continues to spin precipitation back over the area while it's slow moving, of course, that can really enhance the totals quite quickly. And this is for Hanford National Weather Service. It shows that snow potential across the higher terrain of the Sierra Nevada. We'll look at a little bit of that in the ensemble members here in a bit, and you can kind of see the valley areas, lesser amounts, coastal range, Sierra Nevada doing a little bit better in the precipitation amounts. Pretty typical during these fall and winter storms. And if you want a nice affordable home weather station to watch the weather roll in when you are at your place of residence, and it's got a nice smartphone app with it as well, click on that link down below to save 10% off. Very accurate station.
That looks like a cool thing, but I'm pretty sure that might just get stolen immediately, unless you have rural property, right? But yeah, I mean, if you're interested in that, go to his channel, click on that stuff. This is how we have to make a living anymore, because YouTube is, well, not helping us creators out with an easy time anymore. Okay, so let's continue and see if this is still relevant. Looks like it is.
Very accurate station. Now, taking a look at the GFS, hot off the presses, the 12Z run started running at 4 a.m. this morning, and this is what I was showing you, that colder air across the Gulf of Alaska, and watch where it goes. Watch it drop to the south and east and really take up residence here off the coast of California, trending a little bit further to the east now, so that would be more impactful for the state of California. And this is the ensemble mean for the GFS.
Ensemble is, had to look that up earlier. It means the computer model, and they say ensemble because it's a bunch of them. Kind of, they just take a whole bunch of different models and squish them all together in like a big mega sandwich. It's one of those like triple patty burgers, with different ingredients to different weathers, and it's all in one, and they kind of go with it. So you can look at individual ones, you can look at the whole collated situation. So this is what I'm worried about, though. We don't want it to park itself off California. We wanted it to sweep across. All right, let's look.
Be more impactful for the state of California. And this is the ensemble mean for the GFS.
Yeah, mean means average. Mean like all of them in one package.
Average of all 30 ensemble members. So this is a pretty good idea here that we're going to be bringing some pretty heavy precipitation into portions of California, but we got to still take it with a grain of salt. And I'm going to show you what I mean here in a moment. There's still some model disagreement, but we are increasing the likelihood of bringing some interesting precipitation amounts into the state. And this is looking at the European ensemble mean here on the left, yesterday afternoons versus the GFS yesterday afternoons here.
Okay, I just want to point out, JCat and others in the chat are saying the GFS model is not all that dependable. Euro tends to be more accurate. And that's what he just said. He's looking at Euro, which is great. He knows his stuff, man. Thank you, Jane, for recommending him. I've rediscovered his channel. I didn't know he did a new one. This is a new one he just created called California Weather Watch. So he's been doing this a while on the Pacific Northwest Weather channel he had, but that's great. He has another one.
The European ensemble mean here on the left, yesterday afternoons versus the GFS yesterday afternoons here. So let's let these run out.
Okay, so the left side, the European model, is supposed to be more accurate.
And you can see we're getting some pretty good model agreement. I mean, you can see the stretch all the way down across Southern California here as well, and some decent amounts across the Sierra Nevada here. The European a little bit rainier here for Southern California as we go on in through this about 180 hours.
If you just tuned in, redder is wetter. It's not heat. This is precipitation map. Go back.
Across Southern California here as well, and some decent amounts across the Sierra Nevada here. The European a little bit rainier here for Southern California as we go on in through this about 180 hours out. This would be Saturday, November 18th here. But you can see we are starting to get some model agreement here, but more on that here in a bit. Taking a look at the European as of yesterday afternoon. I'm going to let this play out here, and you can see the cold air out here. This is going to eventually drop down and form the storm off the coast of California. Pretty dynamic storm here, and this placement of this strong low pressure system here is going to mean everything with what kind of impacts we can expect across the state. As you can see, some very heavy precipitation approaching the coastline here, and this would be about Wednesday late morning. And then as we go on in through the week, Wednesday night, you can see some of that moving across Southern California.
Yeah, but it's like almost no rain band. This is not what we ordered.
And then potentially multiple rounds of it coming back up over the region here.
Oh, wow. Then it splashes. Okay. So it has to rotate a little bit, and then the tentacles fling out. It's like I'm just going to call it the giant squid storm.
Across Southern California, and then potentially multiple rounds of it coming back up over the region here as well as we go towards the end of the week and in towards the weekend. So a lot to watch here still over the next few days.
I just want to point out that what they were saying in the KGW, the local Portland is that the storm may actually swing back around up towards Idaho and Montana and hit Oregon and Washington from the back, like overland. That is not what anybody was saying days ago. So this is how crazy changing the whole idea of this storm is. It's just changing by the hour. So
potentially multiple rounds of it coming back up over the region here as well as we go towards the end of the week and in towards the weekend. So a lot to watch here still over the next few days. This is Los Angeles, the European ensemble as of last night. So you can kind of see some of this has very little precipitation, but some of these have some huge solutions in here. Some of these are up over 2 and 3 inches, and a lot of them are over an inch. And it's
the red is over 3 inches. Like, dang. When it goes gray, it's 5 inches. Don't ask me why it goes from red to gray.
24-hour period, but some of them have much less here. So we're still dealing with some great uncertainty within the ensemble members of each individual model run. And you can see San Francisco here as well. Some big solutions in there and some much lower solutions also as we go on in through the later portion of the week. But you can see it arriving a little bit earlier here. Maybe the rain starting as we go through Tuesday morning for some of the Bay Area, depending again on just how this storm makes its way towards the coast.
Okay, gotta point something out. There's 2 different gradients of gray. That extremely light rain, like 0.01, which his cursor, his big arrow, is pointing to. So when he's saying San Francisco may get this rain on Wednesday, that's a tiny, like spitting, dusting. The gray over here, up here on his chart, past the red, is a mega dark gray. And you will see it right next to the red, like over in here, but I can't read because I can't read this either. It's too small for me to see as well because he needed to zoom on his channel. I'll give him a feedback about that. Like if you're going to show us little numbers, like zoom in real quick. But this is still really good information, very good graphics. Slightly confusing, but what do you guys think? I think this is a great channel.
Morning for some of the Bay Area, depending again on just how this storm makes its way towards the coastline. Looking at San Francisco, you can kind of see the run to run. It kind of backed off a little bit here as we went through yesterday, and then now it's kind of bringing that precipitation back in a little bit quicker here also, and some pretty good amounts here for a 24-hour period. Now, taking a look at Lake Tahoe, again, you can see the big discrepancy between these individual ensemble runs on what kind of snowfall is incoming here. Probably a pretty good bet of a few inches on its way, however, and then maybe additional chances on in through the future. This is the GFS ensemble, and you can see individual ensemble runs kind of have some big variability still within them. The mean somewhere right around maybe 6, 7, 8 inches there.
Mammoth Yosemite Airport is what it says up there, and I'm not... I'm just gonna skip the charts. We can't read them because I don't want to just show his entire video as if it's a substitute for watching on his channel. So let's get back to see where this might really be affecting
for snowfall, and pretty good agreement with some snow starting to fly here across the higher terrain as we go through Tuesday morning on in through Wednesday afternoon. Some of that snow piling up across the Sierra Nevada. The GFS showing up a little bit snowier there, but we'll
mind you, the thing on the left, the Euro model, is probably more accurate. That's some serious Donner Party-esque, looking snowfall. I'm exaggerating a bit, but That's pretty mild. That's pretty dang severe. So the one on the left is more likely. But see how crazy these different modeling discrepancies are? Prepare for the worst, that's all I gotta say, and then just hope for the best.
Starting to emerge. Here's the National Blended Models 2 meter minimum temperature here, and you can kind of see that cooler air here across some of the Sierra Nevada as we go through this week, and some nice, comfortable overnight lows. I mean, some of the temperatures here, kind of jealous living up here in the Pacific Northwest. Pretty darn right comfortable for some of these overnight lows and some of your daytime highs across a lot of California, Arizona, and Nevada as you go through the fall months. Pretty nice temperatures showing up here. But you can see as we go through later portion of this week, the Sierra Nevada is going to be having some pretty chilly temperatures out there also. This is looking at the daily 2-meter maximum temperature, and this would be for today. Tomorrow, warming up a little bit here, mid-70s, upper 70s, maybe returning to some of the valley areas. You can see Southern California getting into the 80s for some area. Arizona, Phoenix, probably mid-80s as well. Death Valley.
Wow, the 80s. Sorry, I just spaced out because I had to look at what Irvin sent me. He's got a chart that I'm going to show just after this. Significant wildfire potential and danger chart. So for this area. So I'm going to show that in just a second. Now, I spaced out looking at that. So when is this supposed to happen? When is it supposed to be 80 in Southern California?
Week, the Sierra Nevada is going to be having some pretty chilly temperatures out there also. This is looking at the daily 2-meter maximum temperature, and this would be for today. Tomorrow, warming up a little bit here, mid-70s, upper 70s, maybe returning to some of the valley areas. You can see Southern California getting into the 80s for some area. Arizona, Phoenix, probably mid-80s as well. Death Valley probably topping out somewhere in the upper 80s, near 90 degrees. Starting to cool down a little bit by Monday, kind of hanging on there in the low 70s. But when you get towards Wednesday, that storm system starts to move into the area here, and you can really see it start to chop down those high temperatures, bringing them down into the lower 60s here as we go through the end of the week. And nice, comfortable temperatures elsewhere across much of the Southwest. Here's the 6 to 10 day precipitation probability outlook, November 16th through the 20th there, and still got that bullseye across much of the Southwest, and the below average signal here all the way through November 24th.
Okay, colors changed again for this model. Now, this time, darker green is wetter. See the scale, like it's below normal on the left with the reddish colors, the warm tones. Darker green on the right is, oh, why did they change the color scheme? Darker green on the right is wetter. Now, this is a red and green theme. Red-green colorblind people here are so screwed. So this is kind of against, well, it's not good practice for designing graphics for the web. So this Pivotal Weather website, dude. But for the red-green colorblind, this is totally green. So what it's saying, because these words are really small here, 60 to 70%, that's the color scheme. Wetter above normal. I think it's a percentage. Yeah, percentage outlook. There's a 60 to 70% chance that in the next 6 to 10 days, it'll be wetter than normal. Wetter than average. From where he's pointing out with his cursor, of course, down here where it says T in Pivotal. But for the most part, the rest of California too, all the way up to San Francisco, with about a 30% chance for the rest of Northern California, I should say, and Nevada, to be a bit wetter than usual. But down here, the confidence is much higher. In the next 6 to 10 days, it'll be wetter than usual. That's what we hope for. That might just be some flash flooding type stuff, though. So let's continue.
Across much of the Southwest, and the below average signal here all the way through November 24th in the 8 to 14 day. And taking a look at the drought monitor, this was updated here on November. Actually, the data is valid as of November 7th, but still nothing to worry about for California. And this next round of rainfall, again, will be beneficial after the summertime. It's always nice to get some rainfall back in here, but we're not looking at any drought conditions emerging as of right now across the state of California.
Oh, yeah, I predict a flood here. Don't quote me. I mean, you can't quote me on that, but it's intuitive. It's just a weird feeling I have, and based on my experiences living in California. I really hope I'm wrong. Now, where he's touching down here, it should be El Niños in general have a wetter and colder. Arizona, New Mexico, and just all the way to Florida. So that is what El Nino typically does. Now look at poor Seattle and stuff up here in drought. It's usually hotter and dry Pacific Northwest. So technically there's still some moderate drought conditions or abnormally dry conditions in much of Oregon right now. But we saw the disappearance days ago of the exceptional and extreme droughts. Dots. Yeah, they were up and down. The area where the Lookout Fire was, for example. Because remember all the storms that we were hoping would just put rain out the bedrock in the Lookout Fires? They just skipped it. They're like, yeah, we're going elsewhere. Well, and this is looking good, but we'll want a lot of heavy snow in Oregon to fix this by spring.
There is some severe and extreme drought across portions of Arizona, however, so maybe we can share some of that precipitation with them. We'll look at that in a little bit more detail here.
Yeah, maybe we'll share some precipitation with them. Let's make them pay. Let's charge them for it. We'll send a storm your way if you send us a kickback. Weather corruption. Maybe we'll. Sorry, I'm just making a joke about him saying maybe we'll send him some rain, as if we had a choice about it. That's just cute. Now, here's the problem, though. The burn scars. Even old ones like 2016, 2017 fires, there's not enough vegetation that has really grown back enough to get deep roots in the big, bad burn scar areas. So like 2017 Thomas Fire, Santa Barbara County area. We're talking, of course, the Calder, the Dixie, the McKinney, the Mosquito, all these places. Hold on to your butts, because when you get heavy rain, it will not just soak into the ground and go up into trees like it normally does, because the trees are all dead, for the most part dead. And a lot of the topsoil has already washed away that would nourish a lot of the regrowing plants. So what you have is no vegetation to soak it up in the roots, so it's all going to run off. Because a lot of the topsoil is missing too. It's not going to soak into the ground and kind of stay there. It'll just, and you'll see this in flash floods in the desert, it just runs over the ground and it looks a lot like sand. It won't soak in at all. It's just, it's like pouring an Olympic-sized swimming pool on top of an ice skating rink. It's not going to go past the ice. It's like there's a weird crust, like a firm crust, and the water just doesn't soak in. It just runs over the top. It's weird to see. Let's just go, yeah, where he's talking back. Let's see some animations of the storm. What the heck's going to happen?
Cold air here eventually will organize into the system that will drop down off the coastline of California. So,
oh, and by the way, what that means is mudslides. It just picks up the dirt and runs with it. Mudslides in the burn scars, up to the roof eaves of houses. Like that is what we're looking for. Potential to happen in wherever heavy torrential rain hits California in any of the burn scars, and then not even to mention just places in the desert that just always have that sort of a flash flood. But let's look.
Interesting stuff coming up here, and it's going to be fun to watch this over the next couple of days, because as you can see, that's a pretty dynamic story.
Fun to watch over the next couple of days. Well, for meteorologists, sure. I'm biting my fingernails off.
Storm, and with some very heavy precipitation right along the coastline there. So any little jog to the east could really bring some big impacts and flooding concerns across the state of California. Any jog back to the west here is going to leave California much more high and dry with that system. But anyway, hope you guys are liking these videos. We're going to do this again tomorrow morning. As always, we'll break everything down again.
Sweet. He is pretty consistent, like daily broadcaster, as far as I know, for the big events. So yeah, I'm going to relink this amazing, nice little video. Says it way better than I can in many situations, but I hope I've unraveled a couple of the made plain some of the weird kind of blitzes by with some terminology that the average person may not be understanding. But perfect. This is pretty clear and nice. So the situation that's the worst case scenario, I'll just start with that. And for anybody who's just come in, is if the storm parks itself off of California right down here, it's the situation like Lahaina. And you saw that what happened to Lahaina? They had a dryness already. Is that present in Southern California? Check. Santa Ana's and extremely hot, dry winds and above average temperatures the last couple of weeks. Check. And then here comes a big storm off the coast, but you get the winds without the moisture. That's all you need for fire disaster. So this is why I'm saying be vigilant. We're not out of the woods yet. We were hoping that this would just boom slam into the coast and not rain torrentially days ago. Now we're wondering if it's even going to do it. So you could have, if this scenario that he just showed plays out, you can have the storm park itself for days. You have several days of extreme fire danger because it's not raining yet on the coast. A lot can happen in a couple of days with extreme fire behavior. A lot. You know, most of the devastation of Lahaina happened in a matter of like 3 to 6 hours before it finally makes its way on land and maybe follows up with a torrential flash flood type storm. Hold on to your butts. This is the worst case scenario, and it's now looking more probable. But I like to tell people the worst case, the middle ground, and the best case scenario. Best case scenario is it parks itself off of California and starts slowly feeding its little tentacles. It's like the octopus storm. Tentacles start lightly brushing California, and then there's a pause in the rain where the ground can absorb some, and you know it's more beneficial than everything at once. And then there's another tentacle that comes out that gives more rain, and it feeds it gradually. That's been happening in Oregon the last couple of days and the last 2 weeks. Otherwise, we would be in flood right now. But we got lucky. It was a gradual feed where some days didn't have much rain in between the super rain. So let's hope that California has that kind of luck. So emotional organization, how are you doing? Now let's go back to here's look at this. If you're about to leave, I understand. Let me drag this over. This is the last piece of critical information before we're going to look at Iceland. So significant wildland fire potential outlook. Whoa. Thank you for sharing this. Look at Hawaii, guys. Look at Hawaii. The Pacific storm is going to be throwing around winds and possibly not raining on it. So it's yikes. I'm glad that California's not lit up. But what El Nino often does is a hotter and drier East Coast, usually the Northeast, Central East Coast to the Ohio Valley kind of area. But like everybody says, El Nino and La Niñas are wild cards. We have random stuff happen. Just expect severe weather, and it may not just be one thing. It may not just be floods. It may not just be fires. Maybe both. Maybe drought followed by torrential flash floods, or vice versa. It may be extreme temperature differences back to normal, or maybe they're to stay. So we just got to be prepared for anything. Stock up, batten down your hatches, keep your property prepared for fire, especially if you're south of San Francisco. And in places like Arizona, New Mexico, I remember one January on New Year's Day, what was that, New Year's Day of 2021, I think, or 2022. Remember how the Colorado fires happened? They have where's my correct page? The Colorado fires happened where it just started taking out neighborhoods, and I believe it killed people because the Rockies have kind of like Santa Ana winds, where the wind jumps up and over the Rockies, pushed by the jet stream this time of year. It's different, but it's the same concept. And so they're having a New Year's Day, town erasing multiple fires, deadly fire outbreaks. So remember, winter season, summary, winter is typically high wind and storm season for the United States. But El Nino makes it more likely that there will be dry versions of it and the potential for wintertime fires. We've seen it before, can happen again. So check back very frequently, his channel, others, Ryan Hall, y'all, Holt Hanley. I'm going to link to you guys, Holt Hanley, and he's on Twitter too. You go to my Twitter, @KWildfires. Hanley, geez. I share every video that he shares. He educates people about fire weather and all that stuff. So let's put his YouTube link down there. And link once again for anybody who just waltzed in.
Hey, everybody.
California Weather Watch. And Ryan Hall, y'all. Oops, that's not Ryan. So where is Ryan? There you go. Yeah, I'm sure there's other good ones out there. Do let me know. Do let me know. These are those I'm familiar with and trust. Now, Zeke Lunder's The Lookout is great too, but he's a forester who understands how weather interacts with wildfire and the situations. So he's not per se going to be like how a forecaster operates, but he can tell you what does this mean? What does this mean? So let's see if we can link Zeke Lunder's Lookout. Zeke Lunder. He was one of the big five informers of the Dixie Fire in Caldor. Myself, Zeke, and I learned a heck of a lot from him about fire behavior and how some parts of the Dixie Fire were not as bad as they could have been because of the efforts prior years of controlled burning and thinning the forest out and things like that. He covers everywhere from Butte County to Shasta as a specialty. So myself, Zeke Lunder, Daniel Kearns, the courageous journalists like Craig Philippott and others like Sarah Luna and Matthew Henderson before our falling out because I kind of stopped watching his stuff after that. But nevertheless, he did good service for the people. Going out into the danger zone. These independent journalists that Daniel Kearns, the volunteer firefighter, Taylorsville, we were, and Holt Hanley, we were like the big five informers of everything that was going on during the Dixie and Caldor. So Zeke is one of those. There was a whole bunch of funny jokes where somebody wanted to make a Mount Rushmore of our faces. We were like the dream teams. When we put our rings of power together, we'd form a mech warrior. So he's, I highly recommend Zeke. Irvin says, Smitty, okay, you're talking to Smitty. Hey, Basic J, welcome. How you doing? Wind and rain here in the Pacific Northwest. It's November. Yeah. It was supposed to be like 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts at the coast today and 55 inland, and not here. Sorry. Dead calm. Maybe it was a different story closer to the Columbia, but it wasn't too severe in Portland, not where I'm at. So J-Cat says I was in Toronto this morning and stopped at a local tool store. Saw the ultimate toy, a DeWalt mini bike powered by a cordless drill. Wow, okay. You should put that on TikTok. All right, so let's switch over to a quick look at what's going on with Norway, because it's Iceland. I'm sorry, Iceland. The Iceland volcano situation, because, well, I'm quite interested in this, and do put any questions though about the storm, especially if you just walked in. I'll be happy to go back over anything. The significant likelihood, the Twitter post says, Twitter, X, whatever. Significant likelihood of a volcanic eruption in the coming days. Models show a 15-kilometer long magma intrusion. Whoa. Located just northwest of Grindavik. That town. A hazard area has been defined based on the location of the dike, as shown on the map. Okay, what a dike is, think of it as an it's not left and right like a canal, but it is a lava canal that's underground, but they usually go up and down like vertical. So it comes up from the depths of the earth and it's making its way to the surface. Sometimes they don't breach the surface. Sometimes they do, and boom, you get an eruption, a true magmatic eruption, not a steam one, not phreatic, but magmatic. They've had 4,000, I'm going to retweet this, 4,000 or something earthquakes in 24 hours. So apparently their streets and roads are buckling, and there's many people evacuating. Is this a major town? How? What is the what is population of this town? This helps put things into perspective that our problems may not be that bad. You can never get your town back if a volcano erupts underneath it. But this big red line is where magma is coming to the surface. It's 15 kilometers long, and the dike intrusion approximate location. Yeah, the big red line. So there's magma underneath the ground. Now, people think a volcano's got to be a mountain with a peak, like the way Mount St. Helens was before she, like Mount Fuji, with like a triangle pyramid shaped mountain. But there's many different kinds of volcanoes. And in Iceland, they tend to have just cracks in the earth open up and then lava fountains out. Where Iceland is, it's where the plate is separating, pulling away from itself, stretching. And so it's the rate of fingernails growing. So it tends to pull apart the earth from the bottom. I'm not an expert or a volcanologist here, but it may have a lot to do with the type of volcanoes that they have. It's pretty routine for the earth to, right on the boundary, the tectonic plate boundary. Of course, you see like the rift thing, like a canyon. But what a fault is a weakness, a crack in the earth, and that's where the earthquakes occur. And in this case, it's weak enough for magma and whatever else reasons magma comes up to the surface. You get that crack, and then you can have it all settle down. Where what happens is, what they thought that Mount St. Helens was going to settle down. What happens a lot is it shakes, it quakes, magma comes right up to the surface and stops because there's not as much magma beneath it pushing it up to the surface. Once it stops moving, it starts to harden immediately into solid rock. So they thought that was happening with Mount St. Helens when the earthquakes stopped. Indeed, it probably was happening, back in '80. However, a small earthquake exposed the air. It made a crack deep enough to go to the magma chamber underneath Mount St. Helens, because Mount St. Helens was under pressure, and a crack opened at Goat Rocks on the north face. The difference in the pressure, like once it reaches the surface and that crack opens at the surface, it was explosive. Boom. Not really your traditional magma, like blowing the top off a mountain, like in the tropics or whatever. It was just basically a pressure difference explosion, like shaking up a can of soda and opening it up, the Mentos explosion type thing. So it's crazy to think that if that quake was a little bit less severe at Mount St. Helens, it might have just gone back to sleep, and maybe I would have vacationed at Spirit Lake by now, So what's happening here, judging by what has happened in Iceland and happens routinely, it'll probably breach the surface. We got to look at the latest news with fountaining magma, if that hasn't happened already. So Icelandic Met Office. This is the news. Is this the latest? Okay, as of 1800 today, 11th of November, a status meeting concluded between scientists of the blah, 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 blah agencies. The purpose was to discuss, and let me see if I can make this bigger if you guys can read it too. The purpose was to discuss, where I lost my place, the latest measurements of the seismicity and ground deformation. Because, yeah, the ground will bulge. And if my volcanology teacher, I did take some college course classes in it, not for a degree, but the basics, took an egg and he just took a spoon and he kind of cracked the egg, a hard-boiled egg, and that spiderweb crack on the egg represents just the way that these faults look, if you could see them with your naked eye. And then if you squeeze the egg from the bottom, I mean, hard-boiled egg would basically form more cracks. But if you could put pressure from the bottom, where the cracks are is where the runny yolky stuff would naturally run out, the place of weakness. So they've got the cracks. The earthquakes have formed the cracks. Magma has probably caused much of them making its way to the surface. Now I must point out, how does that relate to fire? Some people, there have been conspiracy theories about fires in the West, like around Mount Lassen, Mount Shasta. Some people claimed on my channel the Dixie Fire was magma coming to the surface and somehow causing wildfires from underneath the ground. Absolutely can't happen. Whenever magma is coming up from the ground, from deep within the earth, it causes massive amounts of earthquakes in a very, very unique and obvious signature called harmonic tremor. It has a certain types of frequencies, certain types of I mean actual, hertz frequencies. Like they make different sounds that our instruments pick up, and frequency as in how often does it happen. The kind where it's thousands, hundreds, and if not thousands per 24-hour period. That's what happens when magma comes to the surface. There's no possible way that any of California's wildfires or anywhere else in the world, honestly, were caused by underground magma. It just doesn't happen. We would know. There's no way to hide that or cover it up, and why would anybody? The second reason they can't cause wildfires is there's no oxygen down there. So if magma were to touch tree roots and stuff, what does happen is it just turns them into charcoal pretty instantly. And some of the gold mines I've been into and seen explored in California show just where that has happened before in the geologic past. And you look up at the ceiling and you see from below the old charcoalized and petrified forest from below, and you see the tree roots up on the ceiling. This also, pushes gold from deep beneath the earth up towards the surface, and that's why the gold mines are there. But it's just an instant heat creating charcoal, not fire. So that's something I want to point out. So let's see. The purpose of their meeting: discuss ground deformation. Based on the extent of the dike, the magma could emerge from its southern, just outside of Greenvik, G-Town. This is a typo of a sentence. Based on the extent of the dike, magma could emerge from its southern. I guess they meant to say southern edge. But damn, right next to the town. Of all places, looking at that graphic, way out in the middle of nowhere, like 10 kilometers beyond the town, of all places, it's most likely to occur right next to it in the southern portion. Great. So based on it, blah, 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 therefore the likelihood of a submarine eruption has also increased. Oh, God. So preparations must be made for the possibility of explosive activity. Okay, remember the Tonga giant boom? I even heard that explosion in Oregon. The huge mushroom cloud, the volcano that exploded, and the tsunami that they had back in summertime or early spring. It was this year, wasn't it? Anyway, I covered it sort of live, not really, but sort of. And that was because it was a volcano by the seashore. It was an island volcano, and it was rebuilding itself after blowing its top again and again. And most of it was submerged, like it's trying to build itself up to break out of the ocean again, much like Krakatoa does off and on. And it had an earthquake. This is the same scenario as Mount St. Helens. It had just an earthquake, and it opened up a big enough crack that it went all the way down to the magma chamber. Instead of air touching the magma and unleashing that boom of the shaken up soda can pressure, it was seawater. That's horrible. Really, compared to take the temperature difference between lava and magma and seawater, it's massive. So when you flash heat water, you get a steam explosion, which are the most powerful explosions on Earth, basically. Like boiler explosions, steam train explosions, massive massive loss of life events oftentimes. And so if you ramp that up to volcano-sized steam explosions, that was one of the largest recorded explosions in history as far as humans being alive to witness it and certainly to measure it. Now, it wasn't a big volcanic eruption. There's very little magma that actually kind of came to the surface, but the fact that the steam explosion blew up the underground volcano and spread, broke off chunks of the volcano and shattered it underwater, that's what caused these crazy tsunamis. So they have a tsunami risk here and a giant explosion risk depending on if this magma breaches the Earth's crust underneath the water or right next to the shore. It could be one big, giant, jagged line with fountaining lava for miles. So this everybody's got to go. I think they all evacuated. If not, they should be. Let's check on it. Does anybody know? Let's go back. It says I was going to visit Scotland over Thanksgiving, but my layover would be Iceland. Oh dear. Oh dear. Hey, LaSalle, I'm just going to call you LaSalle. I bet you your name. I'm sorry. Good to see you. Love this discussion of volcano facts and things. I'm glad you find it interesting. My career choice when before I realized I had some pretty bad health problems, I really wanted to follow in like David Johnson's footsteps and be a volcanologist and just try to figure it out. Volcano study is an infancy science. Infancy science. We barely know anything about them or how they work. Expect everything we know about them to be completely turned on its head. Just like the study of earthquakes has rapidly evolved, and it's an infancy science. I have an old California textbook. Let me get water, guys, and we'll try to figure out. Do copy and paste, mods, any new information about this volcano. Somebody might just cover it live, and we might just see a random explosion occur. Now, we have to explore some other topics, not just fire, for while we wait for watch duty and other fires to be reported. Now, we pause the other interesting topics immediately to go back to other fires, like we just did for the Shasta County. I almost said Redding, but that area. But while we're waiting for a fire to be reported and look at things, you can look at other topics. Okay. Yeah, I think I do want a Pepsi, actually. Let's do that. So, the loves of my life. Things I wanted to be everything. I wanted to get multiple degrees and just be a Renaissance man. And not only just study one thing, but study how it all affects everything affects each other. Like how earthquakes and volcanoes, earth science in general, oceanography, wildfires, it all comes together to how it affects people, and how we can make better early warning systems and such for any such massive event. You can have a volcanic eruption and massive mudslides, just like the Harz, just like at Mount St. Helens, clogged up the Toutle River, erased towns and villages and stuff downstream, silted up the Columbia River so bad it was not navigable for a while. They had to dredge it. And so you have volcanoes that can cause flash floods. And then because of deforestation, just like a wildfire does, you get the topsoil and the ash running off with the winter heavy rains, and then you get a bigger problem with flash floods and situations. So it's all very similar. You need the same kind of warning systems. One of the biggest killers of Mount St. Helens was the flooding. And it's just, it all ties together. But volcanoes have a special love for because of growing up underneath the shadow of Mount Lassen. You guys don't know what Mount Lassen was about. I highly recommend going there. It's a volcano that you can visit. Sorry, I have to go push this back here. Mount Lassen eruption. Now, I can show people images of Mount Lassen's eruption and the aftermath. People confuse it all the time with Mount St. Helens in images. Did the same things, side blowout, same type of lava. It was a mix of andesite lava, which means explosive lava. It has air bubbles in it, which makes it super explosive. And B.F. Loomis, an amateur photographer, this is 1917, 1918. It was 1914 through 1918 activity. But this mushroom cloud photo, see if we can make it bigger. Is this Red Bluff or Redding? I get the two confused in my head all the time. See the mushroom cloud? I recreated photos standing right where the gentleman is on the left. Now this clock tower building is still there. People went outside and went, "Oh my God, it's an authentic photo. Nothing altered at all about it." One day, people just looked outside and California had a giant mushroom cloud, the likes of which nobody had ever seen in the United States, period, since, well, white settlement. They say Mount Hood erupted right before Lewis and Clark came. And the natives, of course, had plenty of stories and a timeline history that was pretty impressive for oral history. They explained all about the frequency of Mount St. Helens eruptions and Mount Hoods and Mount Adams. And that was our first volcano knowledge of the West. So if you look, when I dug deeper into the story of David Johnston and how he was portrayed as an idiot who got too close and to the mountain and died for his folly, no, he knew Mount St. Helens was going to be like a Mount Lassen. He was not listened to, and he quit his post and said, "That's it. U.S. Geological Survey, I like working for you, but oh my God, everybody's too close. Get everybody back. You're stationing geologists in a death zone." But like I said earlier, Mount St. Helens was, many people thought it was going back to sleep and there wouldn't be a big explosion. Certainly not one that blows out the side like Mount Lassen. But David knew better. So, whoops, how do I go back to yeah. Probably by studying Mount Lassen, but it's the volcano that everybody forgot about. If you look at its devastation area, it did the same thing. And there's a before and after about the, yeah, here's the ranch before picture. Okay, let's go back to correct. Before, there's a ranch here being established. And thank God nobody was there because, boom, not erupted. Hey, load image. The after image is not loading, but it's back here. It's very relevant to the Sierras and whatnot. The after image, here's a better one, right there. Now this giant boulder is called Hot Rock. You guys are probably, yeah, here's a big after image. Okay, Hot Rock you can go visit. Please don't take chips of Hot Rock. Oh, it's not bigger. Okay, I will manually blow this up. Since 1915, people have been souvenir chipping bits and taking it home. Please don't do that. This boulder was launched out of the throat of the volcano of God knows how far. The ranch is obliterated, as you can see. It's a photograph taken from the exact same spot. And then there was this, let's see how the volcano heals itself over time, the devastation zone. So just like Mount St. Helens, they just sort of let it be and didn't replant, and it just studied how's the land, heal itself. And over time, you get what it looked like in 1960, what it looks like today. You can go visit Hot Rock. It's like a little monument. And it's one of my dreams to go back to it. But these days, a forest has kind of grown back right there. This is a view from Red Bluff, by the way, Redding. It's kind of insane. So it's called Hot Rock because took like a few months to cool down. As far as I know, it wasn't touchable. You couldn't just walk up and touch it. Now, if you go to Mount Lassen, it's still bubbling away. It's still super active. It's like a low-level constant eruption. Not using that term extremely loosely. Yeah, here's its devastation. So if you show people this image, a lot of people confuse this with Mount St. Helens immediately. Doesn't it look so similar? So this is 1977 image. I even present it that way, like, oh, here's Mount St. Helens after the eruption. Some people start frowning at it immediately. The geologists will go, but the layperson, this is such a similar image that I say, except it's not. This is everybody at U.S. Geological Survey should have gotten everybody away from Mount St. Helens, knowing that this was possible. But David Johnston was one of the few who said it was, got ridiculed. The U.S. Geological Survey tucked their tail between their legs. I don't want to be too harsh, but you can't. I mean, people died. When the governor of Washington State put pressure on them to shrink the evacuation zone and to open it back up to tourists just days before it erupted, and the resumption of logging was supposed to happen on Monday. Well, it blew up on Sunday. So there were some tree planters and tree taggers that blew up, that got severely burned and killed. And families were allowed back in to do tourism because of the shrunken bullseye style, exclusion zone, where people at the periphery of it were still too close. They probably would get killed. But the governor and others announced, oh, you'll see smoke first. You'll have time to leave if you're this far away. Just stay that far away. And now 57 plus people died. And then the governor of Washington blamed David Johnston, the U.S. Geological Survey, when it was her pressure for the economy. Weyerhaeuser is a huge employer. If they said about 3,000 loggers would have gone back on the mountain the next day, that toll could have been enormous. So I do want to make a documentary about this one day. It's not something a lot of people understand, but David Johnston quit his post and said, that's it. I'm going to the media, and I'm telling the media that this could happen. Because you guys are wrong. You gotta get some balls, basically. You've got to stand up to the governor, political pressure. This has all the signs of potential massive eruption without a warning. But once he quit his post at Johnston Ridge, today's Johnston Ridge, they put his best friend, one of his best friends at least, to replace him. It's supposed to be teams of two. Another lady was supposed to go with his friend. I can't remember his name, sorry. But he then asked David to cover his shift for like a day or two while he could talk to some Japanese volcanologists in the area before they went back to Japan. Everybody was leaving. All the scientists and media were kind of leaving because the earthquakes had stopped and it was so quiet. So all the Cascades volcanoes can do this stuff. This is the type of lava that they are. Mount Lassen is technically the Cascades. It's like borderline where the Sierra Nevada meets the Cascades. Now, lessons were learned, but not enough. The lahars, that danger the public wasn't aware of at all. And you could see these deep cuts. This is where all these Cascades volcanoes usually have snow on the top when they erupt, and that melts. But every single volcano is full of water. It's like every mountain is. It's porous in there. It's like a big sponge. There's little caves, sometimes big ones, big cavities, big cracks, big fissures. And so whenever the snow melts, or rain happens, the water gets trapped in there. They're like little pits. And as the water rises to the top of the pit and the crack, then you get a spring. And sometimes it takes eons to fill those up, and sometimes it just takes a few years. And so you get the water just springing out of mountains that way. But with an explosive eruption, it all gets thrown out. And so you have these massive flash floods propelling huge battering rams called fully mature trees, giant boulders the size of houses, and your usual debris, gravel and rocks and everything, and it all just rushes downstream along the predictable, usually mountain canyons. So there was a massive loss of life. And we probably don't even know about some people who got killed, but we never found their bodies. Bridges out, small towns and villages washed away. I wish we had learned our lesson. And they had really, really learned their lesson, but the potential for entire towns to be swept away by these massive lahars. But the Armero tragedy happens in Colombia just a few years later, where there's towns directly downstream of a very rumbly volcano, and they failed to put sirens and stuff in the town and failed to post lookouts. And when it erupted, a minor eruption, but the glaciers melted. The heat melted the glaciers, not glaciers, but I don't know if it actually has glaciers on it, but it pushed out the water, I should say. The heat pushed the water out. Then the lahars hit a town of 20 to 30,000 people, and I had almost 100% death toll. It was insane. Happened at night, just all of a sudden, boom, floods and trees and mud. Mud that trapped people because it became a lot like wet cement really quickly. It was up to the third story of buildings. So we could have learned all this lesson in 1915. We're very slow human beings, but this safety kind of education, awareness, I've always wanted to do videos like that. The fact I do them for fires doesn't mean I've only ever just want to do them for fires. In fact, I don't want to do fires at all, but here we are. Somebody's going to do it, right? It's a dirty job, but somebody's going to do it. That's how volcanoes, California, floods, fires, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes. We've got it all in California. Boy, we've got it all. Okay. So let's go back. These days, after the Armero tragedy, yes, U.S. Geological Survey is better at warning people. But we still have tragedies in Washington State where just regular old landslides have killed people and rolled into neighborhoods when they really should have known better and just were slow on the draw again to warn people. So yeah, this is Mount Lassen. This is where the Dixie Fire rolled over. That's a picture of it in 1977. But I highly recommend going there. You can walk. It's a walk more than a hike to the top. I've been there. You can even do it as a child. So you can see a lot of this should look familiar to where the Dixie Fire was. Lassen Volcanic National Park. Unfortunately, the fire lookout tower was destroyed by the Dixie Fire, but it's good to help the tourism come back. And you'll see the boiling mudflats at Mount Lassen. It's a sketchy, but it's safe. They say a wooden walkway over something called Bumpus Hell, which is a boiling mudflat, and so some pioneer person with the last name of Bumpus fell in and lost his leg, like it had to be amputated because he got it stuck in that boiling mud. So they called it Bumpus Hell. And here we are during the Dixie Fire when a park ranger lady, or yeah, I think she was with the U.S. Forest Service. Her last name was Bumpus, and I was like, what? Giving Dixie Fire updates? I wonder if they're related. They got to be. But I've always been fascinated by volcanoes growing up in the shadow of Mount Lassen. That has started my love for it. And you can just see it bubbling away. It's still just making hot steam. You go up there, it smells like rotten eggs. Pretty awful. Lots of sulfur pits, sulfur works. And this moment is when B.F. Loomis, the guy who almost universally did all of these photographs, he photographed it for months before it did the big boom. He almost got killed taking this shot, he realized he was out of, it wasn't really film, it was glass plate negatives at the time, but the B.F. Loomis Museum, with all these incredible photos, is nearby, and the Dixie Fire did not destroy it. That was what was good. I was really biting my fingernails off again. They have a very small museum, somewhat by Hot Rock, I think. He realized he was, quote, out of film, well, negatives, glass negative. So he left the scene in a bigger, this is a phreatic eruption, not the magmatic one, not the side blowout. It kept doing this again and again with steam eruptions. He goes, oh, I have to go back for more film. And he comes back, and there's just debris shattered all over here and just giant rocks. He would have been messed up. Yeah, this is 1914, copyright 1914, B.F. Loomis. So everything's out of copyright. It's just too old. Daredevil. Daredevil. You'd see a little small settlement back here, like a small cabin, had to have been obliterated. I can't tell which way we're looking at the mountain, but it looked a lot like Mount St. Helens before the eruption. Now it's with the side missing in a weird little nipple at the top. It's got a weird distinctive profile. But look how roundy it was. I have to find it again, but I should do a Catherine Reads about the incredible life and death crisis that the first geologists experienced. I don't know if they were just with Geologic Survey and they volunteered to go observe, or if they were all geologists, but they were at Drakesbad, a hot spring nearby that the Dixie Fire devastated but didn't erase, thank God. And they decided they would climb to the top and try to figure out the earthquake scenario that people around Drakesbad and Mineral and what is now Chester and all that were reporting earthquakes. And there was reports of the top of the mountain being black and dark gray, which is, from soot. So just as they hiked all the way to the top, a major phreatic eruption similar to this but a little bit smaller happened, which means a phreatic is a steam eruption, much more common than the stuff with the lava. They kill the most geologists and, well, people just walking on volcanoes in general, because they're unpredictable. You can't detect when they're going to happen. It's when a minor earthquake, usually, maybe even one you can't feel, readjusts the rocks down there. It's like a jumble of broken rocks, the faults inside of a volcano. Let's go look back at Iceland, too. Let's see. This is kind of ongoing. Probably people are like, okay, Iceland, though. The faults are cracks in the earth, and usually magma going up into the volcano can start the chain reaction. But even if magma slows and doesn't really fill the chamber, or if it's not that high pressure or anything, just the fact that the earthquakes can happen can shift, make new cracks, or deepen existing ones. You can think of it as a bunch of boulders kind of crushed up together in there inside the mountain, and in an arrangement where some of the chambers are like sealed, but it's crushed, cracked up rock. So if a minor earthquake kind of shakes them up and they settle differently, kind of like you would shake your cereal box and some of it settles down to the bottom. As it's settling, before it does kind of reseal the magma chamber, it could potentially leak water out of the top directly on top of the magma from the little small reservoirs of icy cold snow melt hitting lava, or the hot rocks that were heated by the lava beneath. That makes a giant steam explosion. That's called a phreatic eruption, pH. And so they get just to the top, and then boom, smoke column rises up in the air. The three of them were just absolutely, one guy had his arm broken right away from just lava bombs and hot rocks just flying through the air like a bunch of dynamite detonated underneath them. Now, one dude was running for his life, like almost like straight down the mountain, Mount Lassen. with what he thought might be a pyroclastic flow, but it was a very hot ash cloud instead, right behind him, or as I'm sure he'd die. And so he went down and dove on his belly like a penguin and slid down Mount Lassen on the ice and snow. I can only imagine that. This has to be a movie, guys. And what saves him is the hot ash cloud catches up to him, starts kind of scalding his backside and his back of his head, and he goes into a snowbank. And the hot ash kind of melts the snow around him, but he ends up sopping wet, like with ice water all over him instead of, dying. Another guy takes refuge behind a big boulder and kind of has, kind of cover. And together they crawl out and drag the dude who got hit by the rocks and had his shoulder blade and arm broken. And they dragged him down and said, yeah, we found out some info. Yeah, we got stuff to report. Because they came back looking like coal miners with just white eyes, and like a black face, covered in soot and ash. I cannot find where that report was. It's just a matter of fact report about what happened. And I'm like, whoa. But I'm sure I saved it somewhere. Okay, friends, let's look at what's going on with Iceland. You guys have any questions or have any links for me? Usually on Twitter, you can, it's like a hashtag of something, and I don't see a hash. Then you go and see all of the info. Like, is there a hash? Is it like hash grind cure? Okay. This might be in other languages for the most part. Is this evacuation map or something? I wonder if somebody's set up cams already. If the cams are work of the government, of any government really, they can't be copyrighted. We could watch live. Maybe they're already on YouTube. I'm just not aware. But I don't think there'd be anything really visible. That's 2014. Okay, that's the difference between the top and the latest. Okay. Is there an English version of this? Okay. Oh man, politics trending news. Jimmy Carter. He didn't pass, did he? Oh, he was in hospice care. They said and announced that months ago. Why is he a topic of discussion right now? 21K posts. Yeah, he's still with us. So what? I bet it was one of those hoaxes. Okay. Jeez. Frightened me. All right. So let me just Google off here. Where Twitter, Iceland, volcano. Let's find the hashtags. Iceland volcanoes at Iceland volcanoes. Let's see if that's a good one. Okay, looks like it. So, at Iceland volcanoes is it's not a hash. That's a channel. So where's the hash? He says earthquake activity near Grindavik, G-Town, has calmed down a lot today, but other recent eruptions in Iceland have started several days after the earthquake started to calm down. Okay. I'll show you that. Because we can't read this Icelandic stuff. And that is one of those mysteries. Why do earthquakes calm down right before it gets really bad, like they did with Mount St. Helens? Mount St. Helens wasn't the first time people went, oh, the volcano's going back to sleep. Everybody resumed back to work. It wasn't the first time, won't be the last. Okay. So we'll monitor that situation. Are they evacuated though? That's what I want to know. Iceland volcano news. See, 2 hours ago, the Indian Express has an article. As thousands of earthquakes rock Iceland, a volcano is an eruption to follow. Let me make sure there's no fires on watch duty. It's been quiet. I hope stays quiet. Yep. Situation looks under control for California. We'll stay live a little bit longer though to make sure. All right. A state of emergency was declared in Iceland. A swarm of 800 plus earthquakes rocked the island country's southwest. Reykjanes Peninsula is okay. I'm just not even going to try. In under the 14 hours, around 1,400 were measured in the previous 24 hours, and over 24,000 earthquakes have been recorded in the peninsula since late October. The most powerful was a 5.2 and hit around 40 kilometers from the capital. I think that's to the west of the capital, if I remember my geography. Since Friday, seismic activity is somewhat diminished, but not stopped. Scientists say it's unlikely to stop anytime soon. So just what is happening in Iceland? It's located in the mid-Atlantic ridge, technically the longest mountain range in the world, but on the floor of the Atlantic Ocean. The ridge separates the Eurasian and the North American tectonic plates, making it a hotbed of seismic activity. And like I said, it's one where the plates are separated. As opposed to like India ramming up into Asia, that would be where they're colliding. As opposed to the big plates off of California, which are just moving past each other like this, up and down, like this. So everybody worrying that California could fall into the ocean, it's not that kind, okay? It's either going to go, one part's going to go north and the other part's going to go south. And even if that's major, that would suck, but it's not the kind of plate boundary that does that. Okay, on average, Iceland experiences 26,000 earthquakes a year, says the Natural History Museum there. Most of them are imperceptible and unconcerning, and sometimes a swarm of earthquakes, which is what you see before volcanoes erupt. A sequence of mostly small ones with no identifiable main shock is a troubling precursor to an eruption. I have to explain what a main shock is. People say the word an earthquake, and an earthquake does not exist. They are not ever a single incident. That's just not the way the ground movement works. If you think about our measuring instruments, say somebody was somebody in New York City is moving to like the 5th floor, and their piano needs to go through the window, and so there's a crane with their piano, and then whoopsie, they drop the piano, and it goes bam on and puts a dent in the sidewalk or whatever. Or especially if something was heavier than a piano, like a sculpture being mounted on a building or something. That would make a seismic detection on seismometers. It's just any kind of ground movement. It would be a one-time deal. Well, people think earthquakes are like that, but that's not the way it works. Earth is moving, it's rocking. In an earthquake, it's back and forth, it's back and forth, it's back and forth. And so what it does is it weakens the Earth's crust right there, like a true earthquake. And so a settling occurs after it begins. There's always multiple ones. So why do they call something a foreshock and an aftershock and a main earthquake? That's decided later. This is extremely important for everybody in California to understand. Anybody living in an earthquake zone, it's always a series. There's always at least several earthquakes happening when one occurs. Now, they just take the one that was the strongest. They call that one the earthquake. Anything before it is the forequakes, and anything after, occurring afterwards, is an aftershock. This is extremely troubling that that's the simplistic way that they do this, because it means they have no confidence. You can't say, oh, well, the worst is over and aftershocks are going to be smaller but still present for the foreseeable future. Sometimes what you thought was the main earthquake was just a foreshock, and the bigger one is next. So that hasn't been, in recent history, too much what happens with, say, the big ones that hit California. They tend to be the main event. And the main event tends to be like the first big measurable one. This is why there's not a lot of warning about these things. But then they'll look back at the data like, oh, an entire month before it, were any of these quakes actually foreshocks? And sometimes they'll say yes, but they just couldn't tell them from the others. Now, in Italy, their geological experts several years ago, well, actually, maybe the late 2000s, early teens, or mid-teens, I think it's early teens. Italy quakes, and Italy's a lot like California. Italy quakes tend to be like a series of really severe ones of varying proportions. And sometimes their big one is at the end. So all these people in northern Italy were camping out in their streets after some troubling medium-sized quakes that did damage their buildings and did scare them. It was winter times. It was and they're near the Alps and stuff, in the Apennine Mountains. That's cold. It's like camping out in the Sierras in a way, or just slightly lower elevation. It's sketchy. You can have freezing rain and very, very cold days, and so people are like in blankets in the street, and they ask their authorities, "Can we go back inside now? Like, was that it?" And the unfortunate answer the authorities gave was, "Yeah, nothing worse will happen." And they said it like that with confidence. They said it like that with confidence. Nobody should have confidence about earthquakes because it's an infancy science. We can't predict them. We don't know how bad they're going to be. We don't know when they're going to strike. We don't know oftentimes why they strike. Now, plate tectonics explains some things, does not explain a whole lot of other types of earthquakes. There's many different types, and there's only one word for it, which really sucks. I would make it very clear to the public. My goal in life would be to make the terms very distinct and clear. Because there's multiple types of tsunamis. Why do we call them one word? Some of them act more like a tide that comes in forever and doesn't stop. Those should be called tidal waves. Some of them are like curling giant waves from, say, landslides. The ones that are a couple hundred feet tall and just take out towns like Valdez. That's a totally different type of tsunami than the tidal wave type. And then you've got your normal up and down undulating, regular kind of tsunami. There needs to be different words. So with volcanoes, there needs to be a lot of different terms too, so people kind of get it. Volcanoes are ahead of the game because at least they make a differentiation between a phreatic and a magmatic quake or eruption. But there is a need for a different term for when volcanoes they aren't really doing a traditional magma eruption. It's not like lava just blew the top off. Things like Mount St. Helens, when the lava was calming down, but then a small earthquake opens up a crack and it just blows up because the pressure change, like it's shaking up a soda can. That's different than lava just bursting to the top, filling up the chamber and exploding. So with earthquakes, there needs to be a differentiation between a piano dropping down on a city sidewalk, like that could be called like an earth impact, a volcanic type of earthquake that needs to have its own name, and then a plate tectonic situation earthquake, like a big one, like San Andreas Fault type earthquake that needs to have its own name, and then landslide Earth movement. It needs to have its own name, like Earth shake, or Earth movement. Like they're all the same word. It's earthquakes. Where giant buildings have been made in like Malaysia, like the world's tallest towers, tallest buildings. The weight of the buildings puts so much pressure on the ground beneath them that they generate small earthquakes. And that's weight and pressure from the top, and that's artificial. That needs to be its own word because it's nothing to do with tectonics there for those particular ones. But here we are. We're in the infancy of the science. That's why I'm explaining that when they finally get around to attaching unique names to unique phenomena, I think the public will understand this stuff a lot better. Right now, I'm just pulling my hair out. Just pulling my hair out. Because I have to sit there and explain these differences for 20 minutes when we talk about these things. Okay, Desi says, I just put up the link to the latest info from the Reykjavik, that's how you say it, right? Grapevine? Perfect. Oh, it's a YouTube video. Oh dear. I don't have permission to play a lot of this. But I see the word stay away. I wholeheartedly agree with that. So it's 9 minutes. Let's just see if there's like a chart or something. Looks like somebody there. I was hoping for an article I could read because I can only clip stuff like this. I try not to show anybody's YouTube without getting their permission first, but when you need breaking news stuff, it's different. This isn't really, I mean, I don't live in Iceland, so this is more like breaking news curiosity. Let's see what somebody's saying. Let's see.
A little bit less than we had this night right now.
Right now, all right.
Yeah.
And how have you managed in sort of like supplying these people? Do they have a place to sleep, I assume, and something to eat?
Yeah, we definitely have that. The Red Cross has about 1,000 bunk beds available in Reykjavik, and we have more elsewhere in the country, so we can supply more. And we just brought those in yesterday, and we have received a lot of support from the community.
Very good.
And people have come in with all sorts of things that we have needed, which has been much appreciated.
That's awesome. So they seem to be a pretty tight-knit community. I say community because the entire population of Iceland is like 30,000 or something. In fact, they have a dating app, I hear, or a website or something where it carefully everybody puts their family tree in there so that they don't accidentally date a close relative. It really is a small place and sparsely populated. So there hasn't been a whole lot of immigration to Iceland historically. They're just sort of the descendants of Vikings for the most part. So they're almost all related distantly, at least. That's the app. Okay, let's see what this expert or somebody's saying.
Tala við okkur. Þú sagði mér áðan að þú hefði verið svona með þeim.
Okay, I can't understand what he's saying. It's a beautiful language, though.
Var svona rólegra. Það var ekki eins mikil skjálftar.
Right. So, looks like the entire town is evacuated. This is mostly Icelandic. Let me put the link back here. Yeah, and Iceland's been dealing with these conditions for hundreds of years. Yeah. I believe the first settlement was around the year 700 that we know about. I mean, it's a volcanic island. It's always exploding and stuff. So, with various parts of it exploding, I should say, not the whole thing. And then with lava flows that bury things under basalt and other types of lava. So that's some of the hardest rock on Earth. It's not like we'll be able to just drill down and be like, oh, here's the oldest archaeological things. Stone Age man made it here, I will probably never know if any prior to the Vikings, or I should say Norsemen cultures made it there, but it's probable. The Orkney Islands were inhabited in prehistory. Those are pretty remote and nearby, and harsh, extremely harsh. And I think it was Neolithic people were there, so true Stone Age people, and they lived in huts that were round huts were half underground and half like earthen roofed, kind of cozy actually. So JCAT says there's 30,000 Icelanders living in Iceland and 45,000 living in Canada. Really? I don't know much about Greenland. They did, Vikings colonized Greenland and then a little bit of Canada, Nova Scotia area. And they had to pull out because they did it during the medieval warm period. And the Black Death devastated European populations, and also the sweating sickness, which is almost a forgotten illness. It seems to be an extinct plague. It's called the English sweat. Whoops. I don't want to show depressing stuff. Oh, wow, cool. Hot shot, wake up. Oh, wow, there's the MV-87. Oh, that is so cool. If you guys don't follow the Hot Shot Wake Up podcast and the Twitter, you should. Look at that. Oh, that's amazing. What a cool clip that is. Sorry, that was louder than I intended it to be. That's our orange fish. That's the whale shark. It's got, orange gills. Gotta be the Highland. Yeah, that's the Sunfire. Yeah, that's what we were tracking the other day. So while we were looking at Flight Radar 24, this is what you're seeing on the ground. Wow. They got so low to the ground. There's also, I wonder if they turn off the cockpit sounds like whoop whoop, too low. Terrain. Whoop whoop. Sink rate. Sink rate. Pull up. I mean, they would hear that all the time. You'd think they'd just switch it off. But that is like 120 feet off the ground. Oh, wow. If not less, maybe 75 feet off the ground. Now, I became first super impressed by what these passenger jets could do. I mean, like during 2020's Glass Fire, and I believe it was, that's when we were watching the global super tanker, the 747 practically scraping its belly off the trees in the Napa area, Calistoga. Totally saved Calistoga. That was a bad one. Bad fire. Now, then something else erupted, I think a little bit later in the pass. That one pass that has fires in it all the time with the train, Cajon Pass. Yeah, by Bakersfield and Banning and all that. I took one look at that fire and said, oh, there's no way the aircraft can get in there because it's a steep, narrow canyon. Yeah, Desi says the Glass Fire wasn't easy, but nothing is. Right. That was particularly difficult, though. But we had all kinds of cameras, and so whenever we saw Flight Radar 24, the plane passing in front of the cameras, we'd switch to that camera and wait to see the drop, and we'd see it. And then we went back to monitoring Flight Radar 24 and see another tanker go in front of a different camera, switch to it, and it was some pretty incredible stuff. I went viral in the Bay Area for the first time doing that. I think because it attracted so many airplane enthusiasts, right? So the point is the Cajon Pass, whatever, however you say that, is super steep and narrow, and there was a camera one day with a fire that was actually pretty small next to the railroad tracks. I don't know what ever caused it. But all of a sudden, this plane, MD-87, Tanker 911, Tanker 910, DC-10s, are flying into it, along with a couple of Hercules. And they went down into the canyon, dropped, and then did a near vertical climb. Otherwise, it'd smack right into the other opposite canyon wall. their agility to do that, they can fly like fighter jets. They can almost climb vertically. We all leaned forward and went, what? Yeah, I was calling them sky dolphins at the time because they were moving around more like as if they were ocean creatures, you know. Cajon Pass. Okay, thank you, Disney. Right. So I could watch this stuff all day, but amazing. So yeah, this is not exactly all fire related. We can hit Sunfire. Here's more weather stuff. Unofficial Washington State Wildfire Aware says, now who in the name of flip-flops reported tornado in the Olympic Mountains? Well, what? Oh, that is a tornado icon. I was like, what? Somebody hit the wrong button. Could have been real. We were supposed to have had 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts today inland in the Pacific Northwest. The coast is always higher. There's a small craft warning, not just advisory. We had an actual water tornado off of the coast of Oregon not too long ago, a few days ago, on a water spout. That means water tornado. Oregon water spout. So we're still waiting to see if there's any new fires that occur. Watch duty on the West Coast here. That's why we're still live. So we have a bit more of an open topic conversation. Yep, Gold Beach. Okay, sorry, not Wellport. Significantly further south. This is by where the Anvil Fire was. That's crazy. I'm going to pause it so AccuWeather doesn't copyright flag me. The other night I spent more than an hour having to respond to a copyright flag. They turned off the ability for my own stream to make money, the monetization. Not that I had that on. I didn't turn it on. The November 5th broadcast that I did. And the reason why was it was a copyrighted music claim. So I had to fill out forms on why that was fair use. The person who came into the channel was Relaxing Lighthouse's channel. So I went there and looked at it for about 40 seconds to see if that would be good soothing, a good soothing channel so I could endorse for anxious, fire evacuees and anxious fire people to go to sleep to. And I wanted to promote the channel because it looked really high quality, just very new. So as we landed on that page, the music auto played. And so I thoughtfully listened to it and said, yeah, that's a good match of soothing music to soothing visuals. Yeah. So the music played, I had paused it in two different sections of 16 seconds at a time. And automatically, this YouTube copyright flag happened. It says, we're going to now display advertisements over the entire duration of your 8-hour and 50-minute video. You don't get the money, we do. For playing a 35-second clip of a lighthouse talking over the song. Now, those sorts of things where you lose the ability to make money, it's supposed to occur when you play the entire song and it's intact and there's really no weird sounds over it like talking. So they have a good argument that somebody could watch your channel instead of buying the song or watching it on theirs and making them money. So, I mean, that's a valid argument, but fair use is you have the right to review music and channels and videos. I talked over it the whole time, so it's still pending, and I don't know if I'll have control of my video back. Now, YouTube has this little thing where you can just mute the audio for that, and then it's a done deal. But YouTube said, no, we can't do that because your video goes over 7 hours, so you can't edit it. It's ridiculous. But yes, this is why I find it extremely difficult to make any money on YouTube, because any little mistake, any accidentally more than a couple seconds of some other thing. Like here, this autoplayed, like that autoplayed. I don't want it to autoplay. I want to pause it. That could get me in trouble. There could be multiple copyright claims. And you're not in control, even if you're right. You're not in control whether or not YouTube decides. Well, YouTube says they don't even decide, but whether or not the company that you're appealing to will let it slide. If they don't like it, they can choose to run ads all over your video and you don't make any money from it. I mean, it's not fair. That's 35 seconds of their content on my 8-hour and 50-minute video, 9 hours. They get to run ads the entire 9 hours and I don't get the money they do. This is what's really ridiculous. So I would like to be able to just cut it out if they don't play nice, if they're being that unfair. But YouTube doesn't allow me to if the stream goes over 7 hours. There's no reason for that. But it's one of the ways that we're struggling as content creators. If you can all spare a dime at all, $1, $2, donate to PayPal or Super Chat, Super Thanks. I have to survive in order to keep doing this financially. I can't just sit here. We're on the 3rd hour almost and not have an income. But I quit day jobs to do this. I think it's important. But I have to survive, and it's not through ads. I want to be ad free. I don't ever want to interrupt this emergency broadcast to talk about HelloFresh, okay? Or not that they're a bad company. I never dealt with them. Or any sort of stupid VPN. Or manscaping. I can't stand that one. Or Bigfoot soap. Or, oh yeah, buy a micro plot of land in Scotland, even though it's a Chinese company. And you don't actually own the land, but you got the right to consider yourself a lord or a lady. Yeah, right. That was such a scam. There's some straight up scam things that some YouTubers endorse. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Desi says, have you seen their podcast? It's freaking hilarious. Oh, J Cat says, I'm here in Canada. It's mandatory that all Canadians watch the Trailer Park Boys. Those podcasts? Oh, Newfies, yeah. Okay, I tried to watch Trailer Park Boys. I don't get it. The first episode. Do I just have to continue to watch? Is that it? Does it get better? Do Americans just not get it? I'm like, what? Why is this considered funny? Right? Oh God, I have too many tabs open. Way too many tabs. Okay, let's look at the current Southern California lights. HP Ren cams. Beautiful. The most beautiful thing about this is there's no fires in view. This is live. Now, I would like them to expand. If only all of the cameras were this clear at night, we would understand so much better what's happening with wildfires. The ones that PG&E sponsor and others, they're just like crappy webcams from 2005. Not joking. That's their quality. This is incredible. And HP Ren does generate movies. It's hard to find them to click on them. But these are only LA proper, Pasadena. It gets towards Santa Barbara County, but it's not in Santa Barbara County. Oh boy, if they were. The Bobcat fire I monitored from the Griffith Observatory in 2020, and I went viral in this Southern California because we could see the incredibly clear pictures like this and exactly how it was trying to eat the Griffith Observatory, the place where James Dean was in Rebel Without a Cause with Sal Mineo and Dennis Hopper and oh gosh, what's her name again? She died in the Catalina Islands of drowning, suspicious drowning. But she was a big star, a lot like Judy Garland in a way. Oh, James Dean's co-star, Rebel Without a Cause. I still think she was murdered. Rebel Without a Cause. Cause co-star. Natalie Wood. Natalie Wood. Yeah. I got it in my head that James Dean was in the Forever 27 Club. Maybe by that they mean you have to die before you become 28, and then in that case he is, but he died at the age of 24. Well, I forgot that somehow. Okay, going back to chat. JCat says go over to Twitch and you can host another stream on your own stream. I can have a stream within a stream. Oh, I just need to give Trailer Park Boys another go. Okay, like when does it get really good? Can I skip to it? Yes. I know people who worship that, they worship that show, but they're guys. It looks like a show for guys. Almost exclusively for guys. I like this graphic. No significant fire potential in the next 7 days for Oregon. Ah, that's a nice one. Do they have a California one? Of course, it's not all in one place. Yeah, this is predictive services too. So, fire fuel graphs, fire potential, preparedness level, fire danger trends. Whoops. Right click, a new tab. Maybe there's. Okay. Boring content. Okay. I was hoping there'd be like a map. Click on the map, then they would tell you your fire danger, but that would be too simple. All right, let's go through the maze of predictive services then. For California, it's a website that parties like it's 1989. Okay, so California predictive services. You'll see what I mean. That's the. Okay, that's National Interagency Fire. Okay, predictive services for the South. Okay. Here's the current 7-day fire potential. They don't have a fancy map like they did for Oregon. We got some mapping. All right. So the 11th is past here, and they had Central Coast, South Coast, Eastern Mountains, Southern Mountains with a key here, but no map. So I don't know where the hell that is. Snow level above 8,000 feet. Temperatures will cool to near normal and minimum. Humidity will increase between 12 and 25% away from coastal areas. San Joaquin Valley, Monday and Tuesday. Periods of rain with moderate to heavy totals will move across the region Wednesday through Saturday. They should just asterisk. We don't really exactly know when, how, or how much. Fuels and fire discussion. Even though it will be warm and dry through early next week, the potential for large fires will be fairly low due to the absence of significant winds. Look, what are you calling significance? With the bone dry vegetation right now? We've seen a 4-alarm fire at Fairfield when it was 61 degrees at night and like 78% humidity. That ripped towards the neighborhood. It matters what fuel is the fire's in too. The oily plants, especially the gorse, Scotch broom, and invasive weeds, burn so hot that any kind of wind just. We had a pretty moderate winds for when the Highland Fire just took off running. That's why everybody underestimated it. But here we are. Wet and cool conditions will cause there to be little or no fire activity across the region starting Wednesday. So We all hope that's the start of the wet season and not just a fluke. Wednesday, though, so far, this will change every day. I think mostly it's just the north part of the state, like San Francisco area. Oh, Larry, thank you for your kind donation. Day after day. You're the man. Get super hearts. Get super hearts. I don't want you to just carry me on your shoulder. I was hoping it could be like the old days where people just gave $1 every once in a while. But we had a bigger audience. Like today, we've had 645 views. Hit the like button, guys, if you haven't. Helps us rebuild the channels where we get the people who are looking for this information will find us. It's fighting against a stupid algorithm. We've had 645 views and a donation. So, like, if say 20% of the people gave $1, like, that's how I was hoping things would go. With the occasional better tip. But I do understand that I'm here at the end of the day, not the beginning. I do understand I need to be here during. I'm just struggling with some weird illness, which I'll explain in a second. I haven't had that much insight as to what exactly is afflicting me. But I just found an article that I think really explains a lot. That long COVID is they're finding biomarkers. So all the medical community pretty much believes in it now. People with long COVID have lower levels of cortisol. And make sure that nobody donated through PayPal. I have a good cha-ching sound, but in case it's just not operating right now, I don't want to say everybody donated and then somebody just did or something. No PayPal donations for days. So you're wonderful, Larry. Though you do keep us running. Now I had it over here in CNN. Scientists edge closer to finding a biomarker for long COVID. So I didn't think I had this until my actual doctor was like, you know what? You understand you've got a lot of these symptoms. I was like, what? I thought you had to have a severe case. Never had a severe case of COVID that I know of. I slightly immune compromised. That's a much longer story. My actual blood tests reveal I have lower levels of chemokines and cytokines, which is a blessing and a curse. It means it takes longer for my body to actually clear an illness than normal. On the other hand, I'm practically immune from a cytokine storm, which is the thing that killed so many with COVID, where their own immune system went haywire. And cytokines are your immune system cells that shoot poison bullets at infected cells to kill them before the virus can pop out. And a storm of this means there's way too many of these all firing at once, and it overwhelms your body with poison. There's too many of these poison dead cells floating around for your body to clear them out, through the normal ways, just blowing your nose, everything from that to other bodily functions, right? We don't have to get into kidney, liver doing its thing. And so it results in a crazy high fever and like brain damage and low oxygen states and people passing out and fainting. But the massive fever is one of the big issues. And that's when people are in critical condition and respirators and still can't save them. And this mimics, like, say, the pandemic flu, Ebola, and others. We are finding out, science is, that a lot of the times why women and such survive and like healthy males succumb is because they tend to go into cytokine storms. Maybe because they are so healthy. They produce a healthy amount of cytokines, but for some reason that it's a lot like anaphylactic shock. Why do it all at once? It's like the body accidentally killing itself. And so That means I really may even come out of deadly hemorrhagic fevers better than the average person should I contract one. Like if I went to the tropics, I might just be a survivor where a lot of people aren't. But it means it takes a lot longer for me to heal up, and my immune system has a sluggish initial response, meaning I get sick a bit more often, but I'm almost never sick with like super hospitalizing type stuff. I've only had a couple serious life-threatening illnesses my entire life. And when I had COVID, the initial first round that hit the United States, before it was even announced that organ cases existed, later I found out I had it. I was running around Salem, and that's where some of the first cases happened. Great. I know how to pick them, right? I lost my sense of smell completely, but it was like a pretty mild experience. It lasted just months, though. Mental confusion and lethargy and constant, runny noses and stuff. But I lost my smell completely. Had weird toe spots, stomach rash. I had all these things. Later, it came out were COVID symptoms too. I didn't think I had it because it was like everybody said in China it was this respiratory arrest thing, right? I was breathing fine. So I know I've had COVID a couple of times since, and I found out that a lot of these studies show that people who had pretty mild cases can sometimes, oftentimes have long COVID. So the blood studies, the blood tests, they had a control group, so this is respected, and there's more research on the way. They said that there's measured changes in the body across the patient groups, including changes in hormones, immune activity, and the reemergence of other pathogens such as mono. It seems that COVID can trick your immune system to kind of forgetting how to fight things you've already experienced. And so latent mono, which is like 95%, they say, of adults may have gotten mono once, and so it's always there in your system. If you go down to a weak point in your life where your immune system is weak or you're fragile or starving or, immunosuppressed in some way, mono can come back. It's just like the herpes virus will stay with you. You'll get cold sores coming back. The chickenpox virus stays with you, and it can reemerge one day as shingles when you're an adult, but it's still with you. These are called latent illnesses. Some people have latent tuberculosis, and that's scary because they basically don't infect others, but they walk around with tuberculosis in their body, and if they ever get into a situation where they're immunocompromised or weak, then they can develop full-blown TB and then infect everybody else. So this explains why ships like the Erebus and the Terror got stuck in the ice, exploration ships of age of exploration, early 1800s, late 1700s. Explains why completely healthy people got on the ship and they figured, oh, we won't have any illness. But then they start starving to death because they had canned food made out of lead, solder, got weak, and somebody with latent tuberculosis started spreading it. Explains stuff like that. It's got a lot of troubling consequences for future astronaut type missions to Mars and stuff. Like, we would have to be very selective of who goes. So going back to this study, they said that low cortisol levels, if you think you may have long COVID, get your cortisol level checked out. Now, the next thing would be an MRI, because they found that parts of the brain shrink down with long COVID groups. And so that could explain the brain fog and memory deficits. And I know my memory's been affected. Now, when I had my major kidney problems starting last October, running through mid-January, and then I didn't really get better until May, fully, which I had exploratory surgery and everything, trying to figure out what was wrong. It could have been COVID that attacked my kidneys or a different virus. I'm pretty angry that my surgeon did not take Well, he took painful biopsy samples, but did not test them for viruses when 30% of all kidney infections are viral. And I was in bad shape. I barely made it through the winter, last winter. That's why I disappeared. And that's the thing, is COVID can affect other parts of the body, and other viruses. It may be other viruses that are capable of creating this. This may be actually something common and not new, where people live through a certain type of virus attack, a certain type of illness, but they have these symptoms years later, or they're just never the same, never as robust, and that's a pretty typical story. Reading back historical tales, like Teddy Roosevelt went to the Amazon, and he'd contracted malaria and other things, and it almost killed him. He had to abandon it. He was a super outdoorsy person and super big game hunter and super explorer, and the Amazon just about killed him. I mean, we white people, we don't do well in the jungle. We just don't. We're not meant for the jungle. I'm just kidding there, but it's true. Nothing about the jungle has been traditionally the Caucasian environment. So that we're not used to any of those Western European / Caucasian. We're not used to those types of microbes. It's just that. Whereas natives and stuff had thousands of years to adapt to that environment. So they're fine, and we drop like flies in the jungle, But Teddy Roosevelt comes back to the United States, gets all kinds of nice medical treatment, and is never the same. He's just a weakened person forever after that. Brad P says, I saw the Cortisol Association published in 2022, but it wasn't a peer-reviewed study at the time. Yeah, more is rolling in. This isn't the only one. Now here's it also includes POTS, postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, which causes a person's heart to race along with dizziness and fatigue when they stand after being laying when you were laying down and then you stand up. I have had that every day since last October, and it sometimes makes me so dizzy I just sit right back down, but I start panting and exhaustion. So this is like, oh. Now, what people say chronic fatigue syndrome is, and fibromyalgia, and the sister type, those conditions, they have different names in different places, could be an example of, it's basically long COVID, but they just figured that long COVID is real because so many people around the world contracted it and reported it, whereas, the general malaise symptoms of fibromyalgia and ME and CFS, chronic fatigue syndrome, Lyme's disease and lupus, they're all kind of the same. Those were intermittently reported across places like the United States. It's why Lyme's disease has been with us since the Stone Age. We found it in Otzi, the ice mummy. He was infected, probably came from Europe, and Europeans came to North America, ticks bit Europeans here, and then the ticks became infected with it, and it spread ever since. Well, it's taken us more than 5,000 years to discover Lyme's disease, and the only reason it was discovered is a massive outbreak in one spot. And then they realized they had something new to discover. Meanwhile, up until it was discovered, everybody with Lyme's disease was called lazy and unmotivated. But it was real. And lupus was discovered as an autoimmune disease with almost same symptoms, and it's real. So when you have things like fibromyalgia affecting women more than men, it's likely a genetic predisposition. Sounds like the X chromosome. Women are XX, men are XY. You get double copies of the X, which women can get, of the defective gene or whatever the problem is. That explain women getting it more than men. So I'm very fascinated on, is long COVID and fibromyalgia the same thing? Now, I've occasionally had low blood pressure issues that causes dizziness with standing, but I have consistently the last couple of weeks done things like move my chair up like this, and I turn my head to the right, but I feel the woo, the twirl, as if my head is just spun, and not like okay, not like The Exorcist. I don't mean like that, but facing the same direction, but did a circle, all right? That's happening really frequently, and I've been getting ill, like feeling like I want to throw up. So I am checking myself out. I had a head X-ray of my head Monday. The doctor should be able to tell me if there were any obvious results. My throat is still scratchy and weird. That's a long COVID symptom. It's just not like getting better. Just when I feel better, I relapse. I go, oh man, I'm so behind. Let's go. Let's clean. Let's organize. Let's make phone calls. Let's run out and shop, and let's get more groceries. And I exhaust myself and relapse with very similar symptoms, like pure exhaustion. So what boiling this all down, too many people have the same symptoms who are reporting long COVID and had a verified COVID experience. And that is your heart racing and making you pant and dizzy when you rise too quickly from laying down. And it really is a tachycardia syndrome, brain fog and memory issues, tremendous fatigue, excuse me, and a couple other symptoms like low cortisol levels in their blood and imbalances in the amount of the different types of immune cells. There's more than just white blood cells, But even after they've recovered from COVID and they test negative for COVID, and even with sophisticated blood tests, the immune system is still stuck in a mode as if it's still fighting something off. So they don't know if COVID retreats into the body and sticks around. People can be like carriers and it could strike again, or if there's something different, like the measles occurring. The measles is one of the most insidious, evil viruses on Earth because it strips your immune system of most of what it's learned your entire life about fighting illnesses. The way your immune system works is an illness walks in under disguise, starts infecting cells, multiplies some way, if it's bacteria or viruses, multiplies in you in some way, then the immune system goes, oh, wait, we've got an enemy amongst us. So what does this enemy look like? And the cells eventually figure it out, and they have a wanted poster and go, the enemy looks like that. And then the army of immune cells go out to seek and destroy. And the wanted poster stays in the headquarters of your immune system, along with the other new illnesses you had, the flu here, the cold there, chickenpox here. And that particular exact type of illness you can't get again, that particular strain. The flu changes its identity. That's why it keeps coming back. We keep getting the cold. There's a lot of cold viruses are coronaviruses, that type of virus. So that's why you can get a cold and a flu again. But not for others. The easy vaccines that they made back in the day, stuff like chickenpox, smallpox, and all that. Smallpox survivors never got it again. So what does the measles do? It walks in and takes the wanted posters down and shreds them real quick because it wants to shred its own wanted poster so that the immune system can't tell the enemy anymore and measles goes wild. But it also does it for the ones adjacent. So the measles can make your immune system forget everything it learned from most illnesses you've ever had so you can get them again. And so Native Americans, historically, that had survived plague after plague, malaria here and influenza there and diphtheria here and scarlet fever there, the survivors would be like, okay, at least we're the ones that can live through this stuff. And then the measles comes by. Now they are wiped out. They are now at risk for getting a lot of what they had before, and we just found this out about the measles about 5 years ago. So other viruses and or illnesses might be capable of the same thing. So now there is a little bit of a theory that COVID may be doing that, and so the tremendous fatigue part, maybe mono coming back. And almost everybody's had mono who is an adult in the United States, 95%. I do feel like I've had mono, like the last couple of weeks, just with tremendous fatigue, like on a Halloween. I couldn't get out of bed, and I slept 18 hours. I'm supposed to come back and tell you guys a Halloween story around 10 p.m. I couldn't move. It's pretty dang rare. Desi says, sounds like benign positional vertigo. Yeah, I've had low blood pressure cause that, but I don't just day after day after day after day, multiple times a day, get that weird reeling feeling for just a few seconds and an actual vibrational feeling across the front of my head. That's a dizzy spell. So that could be my eustachian tubes being blocked, which is why I had an x-ray of my head. I know I have a deviated septum and I need nasal passive surgery. It gets infected again and again in this little pocket, causing chronic sinus infections, and that can mess with your ears, mess with your balance. But that's been lifelong, and I've never quite had this happen. So the memory problems and brain fog and parts of the brain that change shape and size due to COVID. Yeah, they found that out on MRIs. Parts of your brain will shrink in some cases of COVID. Thank God it comes back to normal for the most part. And the public doesn't really know about it, but that kind of happens frequently. For real, I don't want to say real and not real, but I mean for a physical reason, such as an infection, inflammation of the brain can hurt it for a bit. But also for trauma, they found that PTSD sufferers, especially combat troopers, the part of the brain that deals with interpreting threat, which causes anxiety too, like they suffer, that part is enlarged with combat veterans. And because it's enlarged, it's more active than normal. And because it's more active than normal, it perceives more threats even when they're not present. Memories become perceived as actual in the room with you threats. So that's why they don't like to relive certain things. It's like being there again. Dreams become worse, perceived as actual in the room with you threats. And so you get the full panic, fight or flight response. Flooding adrenaline is what makes people generally feel anxiety. And they get adrenaline flooded, and it's unpleasant. Don't even have to explain. So it's a feedback loop. The more that the experience happens, the more that part of the brain enlarges because, well, the brain just might be trying to help you. God bless it. If you actually are in a crisis, like humanity goes through crises, like the Bronze Age collapse, like the plague, like the Black Death, huge mass migration, mass death events, huge wars, it's probably beneficial that you are a bit quicker on the draw, a bit twitchy, a little bit more vigilant than normal for survival. It's just your brain doesn't know when it's over. I want to make it clear you can fix this. You can fix it. I want this to be a happy statement. New therapies like EMDR, eye movement therapy, which is kind of like following a bouncing ball on a screen with a therapist, having you relive once the memory that's traumatic. The eye therapy can re-encode the memory as a memory instead of the way your brain thinks about it right now as an actual threat, like a present in the room threat with you. So this is there's no drugs involved. Not You don't have to talk very much about the experience. In fact, the therapist is there just like be a spotter, like a weightlifter spotter. So in case you have any discomfort, he or she can intervene and make you feel good and safe again. Because it is a bit hypnotic. Like type of hypnosis, people think you can be controlled by hypnosis and magic show hypnosis. No, it's the beneficial kind where you're just in a state like of enhanced relaxation and a different level of consciousness, almost like right before you go to sleep. And that allows the brain to do its thing in the background and re-encode the memories. So I've had a little bit of that. It's incredible for fire trauma, you know. Now I've had to end it. The therapist I had moved away who offered this feature, but you can do this online. Never have to leave your house. And with some other things like CBT and whatever, you can kind of wean yourself off medication if you really stick with it, if it really works for you. So I just want to add that it's Veterans Day still. New treatments, new hope. And it really didn't bother me that much. It was, first the therapist walks you and says, imagine a safe place, like a safe place. And that my biggest problem was I can't imagine a safe place, actually. Any place I can be in the world that's safe, I can't. Because I was like, fire can get you everywhere, right? Any building. And so he's like, well, what about being outside? And I'm like, well, I could be at a beach. And I was like, okay, yeah, I'm at the beach. And so you're at the beach, relaxing, when it all begins. And then you start just following a bouncing ball left and right. And then you get to the state of mind where you feel a little sleepy and kind of, oh, yeah, I'm relaxed and sleepy. And then you're supposed to think about, as if it's a distant thing. Like imagine it over the horizon, the old event. And then as your eyes move back and forth, your brain's re-encoding the memory to be a past event. And it won't happen in a day, but after a few weeks of this, you're like, wow. Yeah, there's also new therapeutic drugs. You got everything from magic mushroom to non-approved things, ayahuasca, but Native Americans have been doing that for a long time. They say Native Americans had a lot better, and I'm not saying anthropologists, true anthropologists, real studies have seen that Native Americans, South Americans, and Papua New Guineans and some of the tribes of Africa have way better success with mental health than Western world does, because we just kind of pill prescribe and go, there you go, Band-Aid, lipstick on the pig thing, not really getting to where the problem. But the shaman types will walk you through it to relive the experience, and kind of similarly, maybe it's like re-encoding it, or at least not relive the experience, but remember it, but with all kinds of support. And somehow these drugs are therapeutic. So, yeah, ketamine therapy, that's weird. I will always think of that as veterinary, but it's super sedative. But yeah, it's some of these are not allowed in some states. They just unfortunately went and blanket banned them in mostly conservative states, but some liberal ones too, thinking it's going to be drug use, but it's not. It's not like you just trip and have fun with a therapist. the doses are very small, and you're not like it's not recreational drug stuff. It's the difference between having a beer and being blind drunk. Okay, you know. There's Polynesian medicine like kava, and they almost banned that too. And the conspiracy-minded person in me is like, well, none of this can be patented, and it's a huge threat to the pharmaceutical industry. So there you go. It's not really a conspiracy. That's a theory. It's been pretty proven that a lot of drug laws in the United States have been injected with huge amounts of cash by pharmaceutical industries and those that get threatened. Just do your own research on that. But it will put them out of business. If, in my opinion, God created plants and man created, drugs. Go with what God recommends. Same thing with alcohol. That's why I don't like alcohol. It's a human invention and quite damaging, to say the least. Okay. Brad Pitt is saying here is in the stuff they used to put kitties to sleep. Well, any sedative is deadly because it's a sedative. But yeah, that's where most people have heard of it, ketamine. Veterinary places in the early 2000s started getting broken into, mid 2000s, because it was the next street drug. And a lot of people think that's just straight up drug abuse, but it actually, sometimes it's just self-medication. It's dangerous. You should never get medicated. Never buy drugs from somebody off the street. You have no idea what you're getting. Never do that. They cut it with all kinds of bad. Like, would you like Drano with your high? But a lot of it was just people, the mainstream medicine failing them, and they still have pain to deal with, still had anxiety, and sought it on the street. Oftentimes, where it's cheaper, especially if you didn't have insurance. But Special K is what it was called. I had to change my nickname. That was my name on social media for a while, Special K. After this cereal, I was named after the cereal by friends, and then everybody assumed I was some sort of a drug dealer. I'm like, wait, what? What do you mean Special K is a drug? It's a cereal. It's Kellogg's. So I went, oh, well. For the same reason, I had to rename my car. It was named Snowball. And then everybody just started laughing their asses off. I'm like, what? I was an innocent soul. White girl, a sheltered life in suburbia. I was an innocent soul. But back to this. I think a lot of people are struggling with this. Not just me. And I was like, no, I don't have long COVID. I don't. Hold on, I don't. But now I'm ready to embrace it. My doctor is like, don't be in denial. So I'll try to get cortisol tests. I don't like radiation. I'd rather not have an MRI right after a CT scan of my kidneys earlier this year, plus a CT scan of my head. Rather not. Plus dental X-rays. I don't like radiation. Yeah, Brad, are you laughing at the snowball thing? Yeah. Yeah. Don't explain what that is, guys. I never get on the Urban Dictionary. It's always a mistake. If reaction videos existed back then, my reaction when I looked up what that meant would have been priceless, though. Utterly priceless. So anyway, the theory here, long COVID can be a immune system disorder where your body is flipped into a state like it's still fighting an illness. It doesn't know that it's not still fighting, and it's still giving you a lot of the symptoms of the illness. Because what people don't know about flu-like symptoms is they're the basic set of symptoms for almost all illnesses out there. That's why everything is described as flu-like. The body aches and pains, fatigue, the lethargy, hard to make decisions, the malaise. I just don't feel well. Either lose your appetite or can't keep things down. Just changes like that. Oftentimes accompanying fever. These are the basic set of symptoms that are universal to almost all infectious diseases, and then some branch out into others. So it's not unique to the flu or unique to anything. They should just call it the basic set. But I'm waiting for the world to catch up to my brilliance. But in reality here, sometimes your own immune system is making you have those symptoms. Your own body says, hey, rest. So I'm going to push the button for you to be tired right now. Hey, stop making important decisions. You're sick. I'm just going to make that hard. Hey, rest. Feel bad enough that you stay in bed and stay home. And your own body's doing it. So if your immune system thinks you're still fighting something, it's pushing buttons to try to force you down so you get rest. And well, that sucks. Like a year later after the illness or later. With the case of people with fibromyalgia, they have it the rest of their life after just getting one illness or one traumatic experience. So Desi says, I'm very curious about ketamine. I've read quite a bit about it, used in psychedelics in small doses going back to early use. I don't know what early is early, but the study of the way shamans and Native Americans and just Native peoples around the world deal with mental health, Western medicine can learn a lot from them. They have way bigger success rates. They know how to treat the soul. It's been dismissed for too long as magic. Somebody's breathing tobacco smoke over you and shaking that feather, shaking a rattle, drum, 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 a little bit of chant. It's all pseudo science. It's all trash. No, absolutely not. A good psychologist would be like, are you kidding me? That is what you exactly need to heal the second part of you, the emotional part of you. You need to know somebody's out there thinking of you and rooting for you to get better. You need support of your little community. You need to be pampered. You need to be able to relax. You need to have a safe person to talk to about your experience. Because the way the human mind works, we tend to assign, we can be more fearful than we need to be. We can make our own symptoms worse by being isolated or nobody, I don't know if anybody cares about me. I have to take care of myself, this extra stress. What if I don't show up to work on Monday? I could lose my job, I could lose my house, and all the cascading thoughts. That amount of stress is something in our head that we put on ourselves. The only way to get rid of that is by believing something different and taking the stress off ourselves. So if you have a belief that is going to help you, it is going to help you. If you feel like you're cursed, don't just sit there with a bad therapist who says there's no such thing as curses. Trust in science. It's not going to help you. Get a good luck charm and wear it around your neck, and all of a sudden you feel great. It's belief. If a belief is causing you harm, a different belief makes you better. If you don't believe in the power of belief, then you need to hand in your medical license, or what it is. Belief is the most powerful metal of them all, stronger than steel, titanium. Nothing is stronger than human belief. Big part of our motivation and determines our actions. NorCal Niner says, hey, good to see you again. Where have you been? Where have you been? So Desi says they all had Alzheimer's dementia and definitely expressed it differently in each person. I'm sorry, I must have missed some chat. People who are more depressed have much worse symptoms of dementia than who are better at letting things go. Really? Desi says, I've seen it firsthand with my grandmother, her sister, and brother. Yeah. Yeah. And do not seek out drugs to self-medicate or try to do your own. You need the aid of somebody else, a professional. Self-medication don't really work. If it did, then all the addicts of the world would say, be like me. I'm doing great. They universally, the good ones say, oh God, don't ever start. I'm in a spiral. It's a self-medicating is it's a way people make it through the night. Then they find out they need it every night to make it through the night, and it makes it all worse. But yes, support is key. People who get cancer and stuff have all the support in the world. If you have something that's like a theoretical illness or undetermined, you can get a whole lot of bad. The opposite of support. You'd be kicked while you're down. Doesn't take an animal study to explain how bad that can be. Now, the executive monkey study is the one, and here's the rest. I forgot to scroll down as I was talking about it. After the long COVID group showed immune changes that suggested dormant viruses reawaken in their bodies, such as the Epstein-Barr, which causes mononucleosis, or best known as mono, an infection best known for causing debilitating fatigue. And as many as 95% of adults carry the latent form, meaning you had it once, it's ready to come back if you ever get weak again. A subset of these people, quote, had elevated levels of antibodies suggesting the reactivity of those viruses. And that reactivation itself may contribute to some of the symptoms of long COVID. So that's what I'm talking about here. Now, the theory that long COVID is an autoimmune disorder where your immune system goes rogue and suddenly starts attacking your body has thankfully all but been proven wrong. Thank God. Can you imagine getting rheumatoid arthritis or something because of a virus? I still think rheumatoid arthritis actually is an infectious disease. I do. They're going to find it one day, probably with the help of AI. But the point is it's not super infectious. It's not like you can be a roommate with somebody with RA and develop it yourself. It seems to be like a family genetic predisposition, and I think there's a component that we don't understand, like the tick, the Lone Star tick. It bites a person there in Texas, but other places too. It bites a person, and it has proteins in its saliva and stuff that is injected into the person as it feeds on the blood, and those proteins are foreign bodies. The immune system attacks them, says enemy. The problem is they look exactly like the proteins of red meat, like beef. So a person becomes instantly allergic to red meat and cannot eat beef again, ever again. That's an example of a pathogen-acquired issue. I still think rheumatoid arthritis may have a component like that. Maybe you get bitten by a tick or an insect, or maybe you ingest a bacteria or some sort of a bad protein that the immune system thinks is enemy. And it looks very similar to your joint cartilage tissue. And so that's why it's specifically attacked by your immune system. It thinks it's doing a good job for you. I mean, quote me on that. I do think this is a prediction. I'm going to timestamp this. This is my prediction. They will find things like rheumatoid arthritis have a infectious component because they haven't figured out anything else so far about why that's occurring. My prediction. I should make shorts because I've done stuff like this and I'd look like a genius if I put them all on the internet before I'm proven right. Like I used to say, we're going to find the cities of gold in the Amazon. You're going to find that every hill in Guatemala is artificial. It's a pyramid underneath there because it's not a hilly country. The Mayan Empire was more gigantic than you'll ever know because I went there the Yucatan spoke with archaeologists, and some of the smarter ones I spoke with said, we believe every hill in the entire rainforest in this entire region is artificial. It's just a pyramid covered with dirt. And that means that there's thousands of Mayan cities unexplored. And then they showed me a map, and I said, yeah, I agree, because these cities don't happen in a vacuum. Cities thrive on trade with other big cities. And some of the ones that were found, like Tikal and stuff in the middle of nowhere, that's a long distance trade. For there to be no cities in between those, and ones at coastal areas and such. So, bing, 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 LiDAR proves me right, but I should have just put it on as like a future prediction, and I would just look so visionary. So Vanessa says my neurologist suggests trying ketamine for my lifelong daily migraines and related depression, but I haven't gotten around to figuring out the logistics for it yet. Yeah, only physicians can walk you through stuff, and you have to live in a state where it's allowed. I have no opinion on it because I never experienced it, or I know what it's called. I can't even tell you, other than a sedative, what it is. But all sedatives are dangerous. Sedating drugs, I should say. There's like generally two classes: the stimulants, the depressants, right? Heroin, for example, being a depressant, slowing down your heart rate, slowing down your breathing. Take too much, and you don't breathe enough, and you die. Or you stop. Well, that's not just unique to heroin. Any kind of depressant, opiate like that can occur. Heroin overdoses happen so frequently because they don't know the strength of their dose. They just taken too much. If it was legal, it almost never happened, actually. There weren't that many heroin overdoses when it was legal in the 1800s. It's like kind of a new thing because, well, street vendors don't give a damn about you. Drug dealers. So the very few that do can't test for purity. This, unfortunately, celebrities have tried to go with the quote ethical suppliers, ethical street dealers of things like heroin. The ones who claimed they tested for purity somehow, and that's how Janis Joplin died. I hear Jimi Hendrix as well, but weirdly, in the Victorian times, when you could go buy heroin tooth drops at the general store for the teething baby, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. As long as they labeled strength and gave accurate instructions, it was much safer than today. The problem is that anybody could practice pharmacy without a license or any knowledge of chemistry, and well, a lot of times the equivalent of a street drug was sold on the shelf too. But we're talking Bayer. I think Bayer invented like Bayer aspirin. I think they invented heroin. It was invented in a lab. People think it's some ancient thing. It's really recent. It's souped up opium. Something that they could patent. Right? Brad P says the K drug that's approved is called S-ketamine, and you can Google ketamine treatment clinic. Just be careful. My God, a lot of these are fly by night. Go with established places. Be ultra careful. It's still like in the alternative medicine sphere, and there are so many evil practitioners there. Like psychopaths that really don't care about you. They're just there to scam. They're scam artists in the medical field, MDs and DOs and stuff. There's scam artists in the field of things like chiropractors. There's naturopath scam artists. They're in all walks of life. And there's plenty of, most of them I think are decent human beings. However, you have to not fall into the hands of the scammer. Just look for things, red flags, such as they believe in nonsense fake illnesses that don't really have any actual proof of their existence. And they, like I watched a YouTube video where a guy was explaining parasites and that there may be more parasitic infections hurting Americans than we know about. It's not just confined to the tropics. Amoebas and stuff are in well water and stuff in some places. But then he lost me when he goes, and I guarantee that you have a bunch of parasites and you should be on these medications. He's just pointing at like the world audience. Okay, no. Somebody it doesn't test you for something, but they're sure you have an infection. Run away. And he was prescribing some serious. They can have serious side effects. Anti-parasitics. You know, they're given to children in India and stuff because the parasite's worse than a medication. But to take massive adult doses, beyond adult doses, like to double it and stuff, even admitted that most of his patients go through an extremely hard time because the dosage is that huge. Well, geez, maybe it's because you're overdosing people, man. Like, maybe you should follow the label instructions, but charlatans oftentimes sell you what they're prescribing and they're prescribing more than you need. Or maybe you don't need it at all because you don't have parasites. Not the kind of drug treats. So just be extremely careful. Vet. Talk to people who have actually been at the clinic. Don't trust reviews. They're fake. Reviews are just fake anymore. Don't trust reviews. Ask for references. That's better. Hey, Desi. Desi saying hi. Oh, to who? Hey, Abu, how you doing? So we were talking about PTSD and the new therapies. I think drug-free is the way to go. Try it first. Drugs are dangerous. They're inherently dangerous. Every time you ingest drugs, take drugs, you are taking a risk. No matter what kind of drug it is, they all have a benefit and a bad side effect. There's nothing that's just beneficial. There's always something on the flip side. Now, many times, like for supplements, the benefits outweigh any potential bad things. I'm not a physician. I can't explain which one. But generally, the herbs being used for thousands of years in safety, you know. But there's always something going on. So you can't really be injured by EMDR, eye movement therapy. I've never heard of anybody having a bad reaction to it. Start there. Start with nutrition. People don't realize a lot of depression and anxiety is because you are not giving the building blocks of serotonin to your body to build it, make your own serotonin. It's mostly made in your gut. It's a bunch of friendly bacteria are living there and other microbes that actually say, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, when you consume, say, amino acids and stuff. That's why fish oil is one of the good ones. And it gets happy, it consumes those things, and it spits out the other end things like serotonin for you. And they used to think this didn't matter. Does it pass the blood-brain barrier? Are these weird arguments that are still being debated? So it doesn't matter if serotonin is made in your gut. That's just a cute thing. It doesn't help you. If it goes in your bloodstream, it can't just go into your brain. And it was assumed that the brain produced serotonin by itself. That's why a lot of the drugs are kind of not effective for depression. That assumption is absolutely wrong. And these drugs don't promote the stimulation of serotonin. It just recycles it in your brain. So it tries to make a little bit last longer with very bad side effects, such as, inability to have sex or care about sex anymore, and other problems, weight gain and the like sometimes, or working for a while and then it stops working. Yeah, Desi says EMDR can be very powerful. Yeah, But it's once again, all of this you can't do yourself. Just try it out with a true professional who is legit, experienced. Experience counts for a lot. Bona fide, not a fly-by-night clinic in the strip mall type thing. And do your research on yourself, like the nutrition. Start with nutrition and drug-free things first. Most people who are taking things like SSRIs, if they have proper nutrition, can wean off and be all right, and maybe even a better state than before, because these drugs you're not supposed to be on long term. You're really not supposed to take them beyond 3 to 6 years, and nobody knows what happens with those who do, because they're new. Like SSRIs are a somewhat new class of drugs. Nobody knows if that's ultimately hurtful. So it's it gives me anxiety. What you under a trained nutritionist, dietitian, therapist, and doctor, all combined, all of them talking to each other, try out consuming the amino acids and other nutrition that you need for the bacteria in your stomach to create the serotonin, the neurotransmitters like norepinephrine, others that will make you naturally feel like a normal human being again instead of a basket case. Because they found out, whoopsie, serotonin in your gut can travel in the vagus nerve, or its effects can. That bypasses the blood-brain barrier. Oh, yeah, the vagus nerve goes right, like a freeway that goes to your gut, connects it to the brain. Oh, so what happens in your gut matters a lot. A lot of depression, mark my words again. Okay, new prediction. A lot of depression is going to be found be caused by gut infections of bad bacteria and microbes that eat up those building blocks and precursors to those neurotransmitters that make you feel normal and spit out something bad instead of something good. They steal it from you. They replace the beneficial bacteria there. They take over. They're the gangsters. It's like your gut should have a used car dealership on the corner, beneficial to you. Yeah, cool. Now car thieves show up. Big difference like that. So I predict a lot of depression and anxiety by bad bacteria and lack of the good, which is 100% explainable by antibiotic use. Overuse, which has happened since the 40s in the United States. People use antibiotics a lot have become basket cases like me. I was prescribed antibiotics like every other month most of my childhood and teen years. Because I got a sinus infection every other dang month, it seemed like, especially in California where the allergens are insane. The wildfire smoke and the irritation, everything was insane. It would always cause these sinus infections. Now, I found out later that antibiotics don't help a sinus infection at all. It's 100% ineffective. In the studies, the people who just naturally just let it run its course have the same healing rates as those that took the antibiotics. They heal at the same rate. Antibiotics did nothing but destroy your good gut bacteria. And we're now finding out that 60 to 80% of the human immune system is in the gut. Yeah. So you can have quite weak immune systems, and part of getting back to normal, I don't know all the answers. If I did, I'd be a healthy person right now, but I'm looking for them. Part of getting back to normal is reintroducing the good bacteria, but changing your diet so that the good bacteria thrive and can beat up the bad ones. Because there will be a gang war in your stomach, your intestines, I should say. You know, they don't want to give up their turf that they like right now. But if you keep introducing like the yogurts and the sometimes prescribed, good flora, eventually you may be able to overwhelm and they can recolonize and get rid of the bad stuff. Then you get the more gross options of somebody donating the good bacteria to you, which is okay. You've heard of it; it's gross, but it's the transplant of their intestinal bacteria into yours, and just I'll let you figure that one out. It's called a beet transplant. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Don't just take exactly Frank Collins. Don't just take the yogurt and the pill, the good bacteria. You've got to give them the food that they need to thrive, or they don't thrive in your intestines. So you get them specific nutrients, supplements like fish oil and actual, fish, if you can tolerate that, just whatever you can tolerate. Mostly amino acid stuff. You want high levels of amino acid stuff. The L, maybe supplements of the L this, like L-carnitine, L-theanine, L-lysine. Things with L in front of are going to be like a superfood for the good bacteria. And beans, I mean, that can cause, the farts, but soak them in water overnight, it doesn't. And beans, legumes, and low FODMAP, healthy things like oats, easy to digest foods, plus sauerkraut and the fermented stuff, kimchi. I'm too afraid to eat that. I will have to try. I'll have to get the courage. Have it pickled, vinegary kind of things. Fermented is a big, big boost. And they say the survivability of the good bacteria capsules increases dramatically with kefir. It's a disgusting tasting yogurt. It's just awful. But you can take it in little shots and get over it. I've never quite had a good one. There's some that are better than others. But the Yakult brand is like a small shot. It was a bit like sour cream. Not sour cream, but a sour cottage cheese. It's a liquid and strong. A lot of it is a goat's milk. Starts out, but it gets soury. They add things like blueberry flavoring to it. Now kombucha is amazing. It's in vinegar too. Could be really soury because a lot of it's vinegar, but it's a fungus, like a beneficial mushroom. A lot of mushrooms now will help you too. Just ask a competent dietitian / nutritionist. Work with a gastroenterologist, your main doctor, and that's the person helping treat your therapist of some sort. All of them need to be on board and have kind of a cohesive plan and report back to each other. You've got to keep a diary to see if all this matters. Other beneficial things, too, will be the antimicrobial herbs. They're super powerful. Turmeric. Remember the spice trade you learned about in school, kids? Why was that a big deal? If they just told you it was about flavoring food, they told you some lies. It was about preserving food first and then medicine. When the Western world woke up to its benefits, India had already had thousands of years of experience with these tropical spices, but by the time, ship technology got good, 1400s, and the Middle East and the Mediterranean stabilized after the fall of things like Constantinople and whatnot, long distance trade resumed. What spices do is preserve food because they're antimicrobial. Remember, it's bacteria mostly that spoils food. They don't just taste good, they destroy bacteria. When you consume larger portions, like medicinal portions of it, you can have it go to war with the bad bacteria and the bad microbes of your stomach. Even if we haven't identified them yet, there are not billions but trillions of types of strains of bacteria in the human stomach. So many we human beings can't figure out what does what. It will take AI to figure it out, to crunch the data, and it'll spit out, in the future. This is also a prediction, 359 prediction. AI analysis of raw data from people's stool, stool and gut samples, plus the data on their medical problems, their afflictions, will result in connections we never thought possible. We can't just sit there and look at trillions. Like, you could go your entire lifetime and not even read the list, not even be done reading the list of the types of bacteria out there, let alone study some. And if we're just studying chunks at a time, that's inefficient. It may be that bacteria X is harmless by itself in your gut, just minding its own business. But if bacteria Z comes into the picture, they interact in a way that bacteria Z creates a waste product that bacteria X metabolizes, turns into a worse waste product, and it messes up your stomach as a toxin. But separately, if you had just bacteria X or just bacteria Z in your stomach, nothing bad would happen. The reason I theorize that is because that's the way bad bacteria work right now, and we know it. If you have just one strain of a bad bacteria, you might just not really have that many symptoms. The occasional stomach upset when you eat a certain food, which happens to be the favorite food of that bacteria, right? Like a sulfur food, like when you eat eggs, you just realize, I feel sick after eating eggs. That's high sulfur. But then you could get a second bacterial infection of a bacteria that has sulfur as its food, and its waste product when it's done digesting is sulfuric acid. Acid rain, but in your stomach, causing you massive problem, damage to your stomach, massive inflammation, eating away at the lining of the stomach wall, blah, 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 blah. Sulfur-reducing bacteria and sulfate-reducing bacteria, same family. I've been trying to understand as much as I can about it because it may be afflicting me. So every time I eat what's normally very beneficial and healthy for others, like high sulfur foods, when I took MSM for my joint pain, which is a compound for joint pain made out of sulfur, MSM, and I can't remember what it's called, MSM, methyl sulfonyl methane. Methyl sulfonyl methane, also known as MSM, is a thing you find with glucosamine and chondroitin for your joints. But that's throwing a huge amount of sulfur into your stomach every day. If you take that every day like I used to, for years, I may have been feeding fine for a while, but the moment I went to Spain, got food poisoned. It was never the same. After that, eating high sulfur foods like onion, sometimes eggs, others like cauliflower, broccoli, and those, I can get really ill. Onions, I just can't take at all because they're extremely high in sulfur. So it seems that in Spain, I may have acquired sulfate or sulfite or sulfur reducing bacteria that has a byproduct of acid rain in my stomach whenever I consume those foods. Onions are on the top of the list for a lot of people with bowel problems as a big irritant. Millions of people just can't eat onions. Most of them don't even know they can't, and they just suffer and don't know what. Why do I suddenly get sick with my stomach sometimes? I can't figure it out. It's the onions. It's in almost everything in the Western diet. So if nothing seems safe, just cut out onions and check it out. Then you might get a clue that you may have a sulfate or sulfite-reducing bacteria problem. Yeah, the answer to everything is 42. I've never seen that. So turmeric and part of it, curcumin. Science finally woke up to how good that is for you. However, you need black pepper as a catalyst because your body can't make use of the curcumin, which is the part that works mainly with turmeric, unless you add black pepper supplement, and then it kind of unlocks it. It's a catalyst for a reaction. Don't ask me how. So remember, if you're not taking black pepper supplement with it, you ain't getting half the benefits. But what I've had some preliminary good results with, maybe I should brew some right now, is turmeric golden milk. It's not bad tasting. Now think about the turmeric curcumin anti-inflammatory therapy. It's for your joints, it's for chronic pain. You got to take it every day. So like twice a day. It's heat activated. You have to heat it up. Don't just take the pills. Wrong. Don't just take the pills. It's heat activated. The same thing with mint. Mint is extremely good for the stomach. The only thing that stops a massive stomach attack for me is taking peppermint tea immediately, just dropping what I'm doing and brewing it and just quaffing it down. So let me write down the timestamp. Let's go make some golden milk, and I'll explain what that is. So it's kind of like a chai, basically. I don't think it has tea, like actual tea in it. Some formulations may have it, but it's not that expensive. Like a little goes a huge long way. I have these microscopic little spoons, like the tiniest measuring spoon possible that you could ever have in a kitchen. Comes with the very small package of it. But to make that entire, whoops, did not mean to zoom on accident. To make that entire coffee cup, that's a large coffee cup, by the way. Looks small, but it's not. This is a tiny, tiny amount. And so I've had like the same one for years. Now I can't tell you whether or not taking it daily reduces the pain more than Tylenol and some mild opiates is supposed to, but studies have shown that. That's why I'm interested and bought some, but I keep forgetting I own it. And maybe a different brand with a little bit better taste might be good, but it's actually really not bad. Let's go find out what I have. And Desi says the film was very funny and close to the book. BBC did a great job. Oh, sorry, ignore chat again. Bulgarian style buttermilk. Tell me more about that, Brad. I like rich stuff like buttermilk and milk, and in my coffee I always put authentic half and half. Yeah. Brad P says fresh turmeric is a good ingredient in a green smoothie and a juice, and fresh ginger root. Kimchi is great stuff too, but not in smoothies. Brad P says gave my dog MSM powder every day for his hips for many years. It was very potent. Yes, it was. I can tell you right now, for me, glucosamine, chondroitin, and MSM plus hyaluronic acid. That's the missing key. Those four. Wow. Made the difference. Night and day with my knee problem. So when I started having my kidney symptoms last October, they were severe. Severe. Like, I can't tell you how severe. You will vomit if I explain to you how severe. I quickly shut off all supplements and abruptly halted them all, even though they were doing great for me, because I didn't know if I was being poisoned or not by some accidental contamination or something. Because when you go from being perfectly healthy to just practically in kidney failure, like, and it wasn't. I mean, I got antibiotics as I regret actually taking them now, but they cleared up an infection within 4 days, and yet for weeks I was bedridden and still had severe kidney symptoms. It became clear it wasn't a bacterial infection that was causing it, so we had to rule out being poisoned. Stop all supplements, and then the next thing was to do exploratory surgery, take biopsies, because after that it looked like cancer. I was so glad I did not have kidney cancer. I was basically told that's pretty much the only thing that would explain my symptoms. So I feel incredibly lucky. I'm still here with you guys. Very grateful. But let's go check out the ingredients of this one. This is a random thing I clicked on. Is yes, 6 grams. That's not much at all. The tiny mini spoons. It tastes great. Turmeric itself, it's an okay spice. Isn't it in butter chicken? I like butter chicken. I don't like the ones too tomatoey. The ingredients are in German. Could you like English, bitte schön? Why are the instructions in English and the ingredients are in Germany? Yeah, German. Oh, up here is all right. Okay. Translation. An organic spice blend of turmeric, cinnamon, cardamom, ginger, black pepper, cayenne, and cane sugar. Cayenne? Yeah. Now, to me, black pepper just does not belong in a drink. I'm sorry. I'd prefer one without it. To like take black pepper pills, but like turmeric drinks, heat activation may be required. Peppermint pills did almost nothing. Peppermint drinks, like sports drinks. Turmeric golden milk. You can get stuff at Costco and all over the place. It's pretty mainstream now, not just health food stores, Amazon, whatever. But heat activation, like for example, marijuana is heat activated. Unless it is heated up some way, it doesn't do anything. Like that's why drug dealers used to try to eat the bag of bud when they're getting pulled over. You know, it's disgusting that is. It will not create a high. It's a heat activated thing. Same thing with peppermint tea. Whenever I have my stomach attacks, just taking a peppermint pill. I'm sure that's antimicrobial in its way, but it did not relax my vagus nerve and stop the cramping and the attack. Just straight up, regular, off-the-shelf Bigelow mint medley tea has always worked, and so has every other brand of peppermint and spearmint tea I've ever come across. So you pick whatever you like. I just like Bigelow. Mint medley's great. Ah, found it. Here's my turmeric tea. Golden milk. Let me bring it on over. I'll show you what I got. Because my joints feel right now like I've been hit by a truck. I'm on Tylenol right now, keeping it at bay, but I'd rather actually do something about the inflammation rather than treat the symptoms, because I still have not gone back to glucosamine or chondroitin or MSM, because now I know it didn't cause my kidney problem, but I don't want to be feeding bad bacteria with sulfa, right? So here it is. Is this backwards? It's backwards. I'll just look it up. All right, what brand? Further Food Turmeric Tonic. That's it. Now, if I'm smart, I'll put a link right here. It's affiliate link. So let me do that. Abby says I did that, swallowed the weed. What? Police were on our tail, and a small amount. My friend was raging. Dude, did he want to do prison time or something? Okay. Wow. Mind you, as a YouTuber, I cannot condone the use of illicit substances. In fact, I don't. Please obey all applicable laws in your state, country, nation, territory, a place you rent, or wherever you find yourself. Okay, I hope I don't get banned now. Twitch is a whole other thing. You can talk a lot on Twitch about things. I am of the opinion that people should do whatever they want to their own bodies. Your body is yours. But you should be smart about it and get physician guidance. Nobody should self-medicate anything. I have been on a journey that I didn't really expect to go on, learning about nutrition and alternatives to things like antidepressants and anxiety, because I don't want to be on them. They're also extremely expensive. And they're so new, they're practically experimental. It even says, when you read like the pulled out papers, don't take this for too many years. Like, dude, okay, then what are you going to do? You get off it, you return back to your depression or your anxiety, unless you can boost it naturally through nutrition, getting good bacteria flora back in your gut. It's something that can't generally hurt. Now, there's a report from National Institute of Mental Health called Natural Anxiolytics. It means anti-anxiety. This is one of them, the Boswellia, right there. And it compared that to powerful anti-anxiety drugs like benzodiazepine, and found oftentimes the natural herbs, especially if put in conjunction with each other, not separate, but in a nice, lovely complement. That's the key. It's a cocktail you need of the proper herbs that do the proper thing. Like if you have anxiety more than depression, then don't include too many depression or serotonin promoting herbs. Otherwise, you can overdose on serotonin. If you make too much, you can go into a deadly situation called serotonin syndrome. It's like losing your mind for a bit, heavily salivating and getting heart palpitations and passing out. If somebody does that, make sure serotonin syndrome is not a thing that they're occurring. This is why you need a physician. Don't do this at the same time as being on the big doses of, say, antidepressants. Do not introduce an herb that boosts serotonin if you're already on an SSRI. Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. You know, Prozac. That class of drugs. I cannot take that class of drugs, even if I wanted to. I don't react well. So, after being fire traumatized and having terrible anxiety, I have mostly anxiety rather than depression. I can still laugh at stuff. I like to laugh and watch comedy, and I find activities I like to still be rewarding. You know, I get terribly sad. I'm an empathic person. But that's in the moment, feeling it with other people, you know. So if you look at the article, which I'll link here, it's called Natural Anxiolytic. Print it out. National Institute of Mental Health report. National Institute of Mental Health report. Talk to your physicians about it. Let's see. Usually it would, let's see, pharmacotherapy of anxiety disorders. No, these aren't the exact ones. Called natural and not prescribed anxiolytics, but it's like a comparison. Gosh, there's been a lot of these studies. Popular herbal and natural remedies used in psychiatry. Maybe it references it. Oh, this might be it. Okay. It goes through, you know, your typicals that you've heard of, omega-3s, St. John's wort, CME supplement. Sorry, valerian, melatonin, but ginkgo. Yeah, this isn't the full one. It had an elaborate chart. Goes into boswellia, ashwagandha. This is tip of the iceberg stuff. Point is you have a balance in your brain of neurotransmitters to feel 100% like a normal person, like all right, you know. Yeah, see, yeah, does this reference similar articles or reference articles? I changed all my bookmarks, otherwise I'd have it. Natural, and but it had a big list. Everything from lavender oil to ashwagandha, boswellia, things like skullcap, and all of those. Herbal. Maybe there's the word herbal. And we're getting into. Sorry, I thought I could pull this up real fast. Let me check chat. Trying to say these terminologies is scary. Oh, J-Cat, something from the Iceland volcano? Yeah, the stream is like Breaking Bad Wildfire Edition. Well, we're waiting for wildfires to happen. We have to say something in the meantime. What if it was just like silence or a ticking clock? Like, that's not going to be good. I'm a curious person with a curious mind. I have to be stimulated about what affects my people. What affects us? COVID affects many of us. Anxiety and fire and trauma and health problems. What do you do with it? So, herbal anxiolytic. I wish I could go into like a Google search history, but that would take forever. Anxiolytics versus prescribed. I know that's not the title. Whoops. Can't spell. Dietary and botanical? No. Close. 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 Maybe it references methods and results, studies. Okay, referenced. Okay, these are references, not the actual drugs list. Wait, sorry, I was about to say something. I interrupted myself. Passion flower. Okay, this one's closer. 24 studies were found that met the aforementioned requirements. For this report, these studies examined the effectiveness of 5 monotherapies, which I guess is the thing by itself. Passion flower, lysine. Remember? Lysine, amino acids. Yes, they can make you feel way better. Lysine also fights herpes in a massive way. If I get a little cold sore or something, the first thing I do is I grab a lysine pill. It's hard and big and fat, lick it, and just start rubbing the pill all over gently on the cold sore. Dries it right up if you catch it real fast. Then you take the pill, take a lot of lysine. And then I found out that it really is one of the precursors to one of the feel-good brain chemicals. So this is also going to feed your good bacteria. That's a great supplement. Now here's the thing. Do not just take a blanket amino acid like single pill. Don't do it if you have herpes. There is one specific amino acid that's fertilizer for herpes. I tried it once just thinking it was a beneficial thing for the brain, and yeah, it is, but oh my God, my mouth broke out. Insane. And I realized almost all of the all-in-one pills for amino acids will include that specific one. So Um, I think it's L-arginine. See, it's supposed to be good for your brain here, like in this report, but oh boy, if you actually do have cold sores, it's going to destroy your face, you know. So, okay, this was a combination of 8 combination treatments of multivitamin, L-lysine, L-arginine, magnesium, vitamin B6, which is very important, an herbal combination, magnesium, calcium, kava kava. They almost banned that. Stupid. Very mild. St. John's wort. Different combinations of the above. And valerian root. I hate the way valerian root tastes. I kind of avoid it. Never found it to be effective for myself. And of these studies, 13 were randomized, blah, blah, blah. But you know what? This is not the one that includes passion flower, skull cap, and the others. Maybe it's a new passion flower. Long history of anxiolytic agents in folklore, used all over the world to treat anxiety. I like it. But really, it's not just good on its own. It's the cocktail you need. So like that plus ashwagandha in the Calm Now formulation on Amazon. Wow. With Bacopa included. I found it to be very immediately effective. Like, get calm now. It's a little sedating. Not like you're going to drive off the road, but you might want to have a strong coffee with it too if you need to like continue work during the day. And take it twice a day, like morning and night. So yeah, here's of a double-blind placebo-controlled study. They analyzed the difference in efficacy between oxazepam, a prescription benzo used to treat chronic anxiety. That's serious. And passion flower in patients who met the criteria, blah, blah, blah. The results showed no difference between two anxiolytics in regard to the treatment of GAD. What the hell is GAD? Suggesting passion flower is just as effective as a benzo in eliminating anxiety. This is pretty good stuff here. Subjects from the passion flower group also have reported lower job impairment performance than those on the benzo. Yeah, meaning it didn't snow you over and make you like drunk at work. Yeah. You cannot operate heavy machinery or drive or anything on benzos. You're asking for trouble there. However, the benzo group reported faster onset of symptom relief, meaning yeah, affected them faster, but without explaining how long. Who cares? The anxiolytic effect was also seen in 2 other subsets of patients: those who were about to have surgery, treated with passion flower only, and those diagnosed with an adjustment disorder with anxious mood, who were treated with passion flower in combination with valerian, some sort of a cola nut. I mean, these are all Latin names of things. Thanks a lot. Mild adverse events were reported in only 1 study, including mild dizziness, drowsiness, or confusion. That's why you do want to have a little bit of coffee with some of these. What's sugar? What's sugar? Sugar's role in coffee is to keep you from getting coffee jitters. Prevent coffee from stimulating the production of adrenaline. The more you know. All right, looking back. Brad P says, yes, you're letting your pizza sit out for the entire stream offsets many benefits of other nutrition. I don't consume pizza very often. It's a treat. If I do a really super long stream for people, I want my treat. Mabu says 6 a.m. Coffee, more coffee. Right in the UK. How was that storm, Mabu? And Desi's teasing me because I have a tendency to not eat. I forget to eat. I actually eat like a horse. Oh, sorry. I forgot to click on the volcano link. You see? I'm a little out of it today. So those are webcams. Has there been a new news? I don't see any lava fountaining out or anything. And the other thing I was going to do, give you guys the link to where you might want to buy this. But like I said, I've only tried it several times, not daily like you need. Please don't make the mistake of thinking, oh, I feel anxious today, I'll take these herbs, and be surprised why they don't really do anything. It's like saying, oh, I feel depressed today, I'll take an antidepressant today. Why didn't it do anything? Well, you have to take it every day, and it takes weeks to really build up to the point where it works. And no, you cannot randomly stop. Just like anything, like these antidepressants, stopping them immediately will crash you into despair. If it's something that's has to do with serotonin and the feel-good chemicals and the non-depression chemicals, wean off, slowly remove. You could do something like if you took a cocktail like a turmeric tonic here, has multiple ingredients. If you really feel one ingredient is bad for you, remove the one ingredient, but keep the others going, and then note how you feel. A lot better than, I'm going to stop taking this, or I'm going to stop taking these pills. Or the worst thing, which is, oh, I feel better on these, and I don't need them anymore. I'll just stop taking them. No. Don't mess with your head like that. Abby says the northeast coast was hit at the British Columbia. Yeah. It tickled a few other places, nothing to get depressed over. Oh, Brad P. just donated to Turmeric Fund on PayPal. Thank you. Why didn't it alert me? Log in with your fingerprint. Okay. It had been alerting me up until now. Maybe because I had the app open, but it shut itself down because got this. Oh, it just did. It just did. Thank you so much for the kind donation, Brad. You're wonderful. Maybe it was just a delay. I hope this is helpful to people. People have given me feedback that it is. Let me log into off-screen Amazon with my affiliate link thing. And even if you don't want to buy these things that I personally do enjoy and have found helpful for myself, if you click on the button, you will a cookie will be put. Oh my God! For my own security, I have to log in. It's because of the VPN. Hang on, I gotta check out the login code. La 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 la. Somebody attempted to log into your account. I just got this notification. Is this you? Verify. Bear with me. I'm gonna type in a code off screen. 996-238. The point is that a cookie goes onto your harmless cookie, not one of the bad ones that steal your thing information. The kind of cookie that credits me as the person who referred you to Amazon. The price does not go up for you, but I get a small percentage of whatever is typically in the shopping cart. Merit on it. These aren't the ones. I guess I'd say golden milk. I didn't know everything on earth was named turmeric tonic. Huh, okay, the further food. There we go. There we go. I don't honestly remember if I bought this off Amazon. So the link, affiliate link, should you click on that to explore this or anything in Amazon, I'll get some small percentage of the purchase at no cost to you. It's cost to Amazon. That's the way this works. So I've flirted with doing this. I tried to do this last year on a Prime Day or one of the Prime Days of this year. And we had some success, but I think I need to build up my store. I have an actual store on Amazon. How do I get to my own store to link it? Wait a second. Where's the store? Shop by interest. I feel embarrassed now. I don't know how do I get to my own store? I should have that as a link on my own channel, but I've only added like 5 items. So even if you're not interested in this turmeric, if you click on that and you will allow cookies on Amazon, then for 24 hours it stays there. And even if you buy something else, I should get a small percentage, just like 1 or something. And this can help quite a bit. It only will matter when I put a lot of products on there, so that people like, hey, want to visit the store. It'll be like a permanent link, and I want to make it like fire related things, fire blankets and fire emergency prep stuff like crank radios and tools and things that are related. Baofeng radios, those sorts of things. So, okay, but that is what I have here. And you know what? I'm gonna go brew some. You just, I want to show you this tiny spoon. It's ridiculous. Look at this little spoon the size of my finger. See what I mean? It's like my thumb. So even though you're like, wait a sec, $25 for this, I've had this for years, and it's about half down, and it was never even full to the top. Like, this gives you a lot of drinks. I do like the smell. What kills it for me though is it's got black pepper. It doesn't destroy. It's the cloves, the cardamom, the cinnamon. That is a lovely fragrance coming out of this. In fact, you open the lid and you're like, yeah. It's just in the back, there's that kind of a spicy, oh yeah, there's a pepper. There's a pepper smell too, for some reason. And when you brew it, it's your choice. Add some sugar or not. You can always add a little bit more sugar, cinnamon cloves, like with a little cheese grater, to make it a more cinnamon heavy, like a lovely holiday drink. Now, if you wonder what cardamom is, isn't that an eggnog? It's got a strange, slight flavor, a smell of like what eggnog is, but it doesn't taste like that. It tastes better. So, where in the world? Let me do a quick off-camera search for it. It gets little pop-ups that are annoying. I definitely want to try other golden milks. Let's see here. How do you find your own? How do you find your own Amazon store? This will matter if I actually stock it with things that a lot of people want to buy. Plus, I have expertise in Android phones and Windows computers. I can tell you what to buy to make your own computer and assemble it yourself. I'm that good. But I don't know a dang thing about Apple. Okay. Storefront. Sign in to. Oh, there's a different things between Amazon storefront and an Amazon influencer storefront. Aha! This is my personalized URL. Yes, this should definitely be added to my about page. Wouldn't you know it? It's amazon.com/shop/kathryn.davidson.wildfires. That's wordy. I almost made it look professional one day. Now, here I went live on one of the Amazon Prime days last year, thinking I could do it just like others do on YouTube. And they make decent money. It's just helping people shop. So I can give pretty good advice on a variety of. I'm going to put this link in the chat. You could bookmark that. Click on something in my store. You don't have to buy that thing. But then I should theoretically get a percentage of what ends up in your shopping cart should you check out soon. Now, Boo, I hope the storm didn't do too much damage to the British Isles, but Brad says at least it's not that really long volcano name that looks like your cat walked on a keyboard. Oh, yes. Go to Wales, every town's pronounced like a cat hurling a large fur ball. I wish I had been in Wales. I made it all the way to Bath, England, Aquathuri, Roman town. I did not make it to Wales, but God, I wanted to go. My host was not really into history and stuff like I was. He goes, I'll take you to Whipsnade Animal Park. Let's go see some rhinos. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's cool. But, oh my God, there's Roman villas, there's Roman forts, there's London. Oh my God, there's Jack the Ripper things. And there's like, there's places where movies were filmed. There's, we can go to Liverpool. We could see Manchester. We could go to these, you know, Julius Caesar was here. We could go to see some castles. We can go to Wales. It cost a lot of money to get to Ireland, and he goes, I was hoping you'd be the kind of guest where you just wanted to watch telly with me. Like we could do that on Discord, but I'm back home in Oregon, man. So yeah, this all went wrong. This all went wrong. My idea of helping people shop like they do on the big shopping channels where there's thousands of people in the chat, and the host says, "What do you want to buy?" And somebody says, "Oh, kitchen ice cube things," and then they go, "Okay, here's my affiliate link." I may or may not have experience with these. Like these are good. I actually like these, so I put a few in the store and thought that I could add things to the store as I went along, and I could stream all day. And then I would say, guys, we already did kitchen products. We already did computer hardware. And these are groups. Like there's 2 items in this one. This is the microwave cover, where I haven't had to clean my microwave in 6 months because the food splatter goes on the thing, and then you put the thing in the dishwasher. And I'm delighted. Like I just run. What is what going on? I just run the dishwasher, and even though my microwave looks clean, I'll just put a wipe, an ammonia wipe in there, bleach wipe. I'm sorry. Is something happening? Like I don't see a sound being transmitted from desktop audio. Are you getting a weird sound in my microphone or something? Oh, or Smitty. Oh, you're talking about how people talk. I thought you meant that there might be a background noise. Hey, Jag, how you doing? Okay, sorry. I just wanted to make sure audio is nice for you guys. I do own these. These are great. I run a bleach wipe in my microwave just to make sure it's sanitary, kill the germs you can't see, but I haven't had like a staining explosion of ragu in my microwave that stained it and made a heartache cleanup, for quite some time. And yeah, I had a ragu explosion in the microwave. Don't ask. But here was geared up for an exciting day of helping all the people who came in to shop and get the affiliate links and maybe raise a couple $100 on the biggest shopping days of the year, Black Friday and Amazon Prime. And as I created the links, I went here to the store and it said, you have to ask permission to put things in your store. It's like, what? Why can't I just build the store? And apparently you're supposed to do it over time and have it all ready to go. You can't do it in real time. And when that burst my bubble, and then it kind of was a failure of a day, ended up making some money. But as people came in, I kept just saying, hey guys, what do you want to buy? But a lot of people in chat being completely silent. I'm like, you have to tell me what you want to buy. And then I had to scramble to figure out, well, what do I recommend? Felt like I was talking to myself a lot. It was a far cry from the constant bustling activity and super chats and super thanks that go by when people find other people's deals and recommend good products, because that's my thing. I'm never going to recommend something that's a bad product. I don't care how much money they want to pay me to recommend something like NordVPN. NordVPN has sucked for me, and I just won't. I fix the Seattle server, please, and the lag that Oregon has getting to the Seattle server, and I'll think about it, NordVPN. But when I reached out to them for help, I did not find it. Well, I did not find it. And I said, can you kind of fix this lag issue? My stream is important. It's like a public service. I need the speed. And before the next billing date, and they didn't. So I got billed again. I called them up, chatted them up and said, I can't use your service. It's for some reason destroying my internet speed. So I don't want to pay for this month. Can you let me know when you fix it? And they go, no, we're still charging you. Yeah. You need to set up a wish list for Prime Days. Yeah, I guess that's what I got to do, Jake. Right now, though, I can recommend, like, say, the turmeric. Like, I just put it in the chat. So let me brew some up, and I'll give you a live taste test to let you know what you can expect if you buy it. Is this back? Yeah, where's the link to the herbal supplement? This Amazon is just shooting himself in the foot. Why is this dark? Oh, it's because my dark mode is screwing it up. Okay, so I'm gonna go brew some up, and it's the instructions are easy. I'll tell you how it tastes because I don't want to try to describe something I haven't had for a while. Okay, brewing instructions. Oh, there's different uses. You can do it as a drink. You can add the powder thing to things like muffins, and you can cook. You can add it to soups, curry, and sauces. It resembles a curry in a way, but more like a sweet, cinnamony, and a slight taste of the cardamom that is present in eggnog. It does not taste like the nog or the milk of eggnog. And you can brew this with water or milk. But I'm going to keep it true to its name as golden milk. So let's go create some. Now, we're on off topics, but we're waiting to see if any wildfires break out, because at night they've been doing that. Last couple of nights and the last 5 days, we had a 4-alarm fire just as I was about to log off one night in the Bay Area of all places when it was downright damp. Need some light here. It's wind. Wind can still make a vegetation fire just race for neighborhoods and threaten them. So that's why I'm at my post, at my duty. Okay. What are the instructions? Stir 1 scoop into water or hot milk for turmeric tea. Yeah, it's that easy. So I just get coffee cup out. I used a bigger coffee cup for the scoop because I don't want it too strong. So the more, other liquid you have, the better. And it's just like making hot cocoa. You can choose. Is your Swiss Miss gonna be in water or in milk? And if, yeah, I just got an idea. I have mini marshmallows, don't I? Don't I? Okay, so I got the oversized coffee cup. It's not quite a mega latte, tall size, but it's oversized. So when I heat up water in a microwave, it's usually 2 minutes, 30 seconds. I'm going to put on 210. Now, you know it's a perfect temperature when there's a slight film on the top of the milk, like ice forming on the top of an ice pond. You know, like you could touch it. It's like a little membrane, but you don't want it any hotter than that. Be right back, friends. Going to do a quick bio. Okay, friends. I just heard the beep. Let's see if the milk is at the perfect temperature. So I'm going to carefully get this out of the microwave, down in there, and tap it with my pinky. Yeah, we have the slight film on it. Okay, I don't even have to touch it. We've got it. So it looks like 220 or however long I just did that is perfect for a big coffee cup in my microwave. So I'm going to add just one of these micro scoops. It's like a tiny plastic one in here. Let's get a big spoon. And really, there's no too much, too little. Do it to taste. I may add a little more because this is a bit of a pale yellow. And when they mean coffee cup, they probably mean the original, non-mega size. Something that's interesting is I've noticed that, just an observation, we had a cabin, on the shore of Lake Allenor. Dixie Fire just about ate it. We no longer own it, but we didn't want to see it burn. Ugh, God, the firefighter saved it. Okay, added a little slight amount more. And it was a time capsule for 1963, or 1960 maybe, when it was constructed. It was Like the bathroom had lemon yellow wallpaper and flowers and stuff. It's so 60s. We left it just like that. I hope to God they never remodeled it because it was good looking 60s, not like tacky crap. And the items in it were a time capsule of the 60s. Stove, it's like 1950s stoves, just incredible. The cabin adjacent in the back was no longer used, but it was the original 1920s cabin. But it had been taken over by bats, so nobody wanted to be in the cabin that smelled like bats, and bats had kind of ruined with, their droppings hanging like icicles from the ceiling. Like there's thousands of bats, and the ceiling was buckling under the weight of all that guano in there. Now I feel like we were stupid. We could have sold that guano for a damn premium. Like that stuff is worth a lot to gardeners. Alas. And but as kids, we'd venture in there. We would let's get the sugar. We would play in there and then dare each other to, like, how long can you stand being in that living room with all the old 1960s and 1920s furniture, which sadly got ruined, before you freak out and run away because you start to hear the bats. You start to disturb them and they start to move around up there. Okay, I'm adding a little bit of sugar because I know that I always want sugar in everything. Let's take a sip. Okay. Now, I think it needs more cinnamon. So I'm sorry, my spices are in the kitchen. I can't show you. You're probably wondering, what does this do? The remark I said I was making, though. Where's my cinnamon? The remark I was making. Oh, there's nutmeg. Nutmeg's not sweet, is it? Not like cinnamon. I have ground cumin. Huh. Curcumin, though, is what. Now, oh, God, nutmeg. No, it's not right. Curcumin is different than cumin. Don't ask me how. So the point I was making about the time capsule 1960s is the dish set. Still have some of it, but unfortunately some of it got broken. The dish set, all the coffee cups are tiny compared to what we have today, but that was normal back then. Like, part of the reason for obesity crisis is the size of our cups changed, and that wasn't our fault. It's just what is being delivered these days. It's not a conspiracy to make anybody fat. It's just a natural way of things. To make profit, you have to buy in bulk, really cheap, whatever you're selling. And you have to move a lot of that product to keep buying in bulk and keep it cheap. Thus, extraordinarily ballooning sizes of cups and serving proportions and stuff at places. Everything from restaurants and fast food and whatever. And then people became accustomed to it. And then, well, my theory is that the retailers, Target and Macy's and all those, just assumed that that's what people want. The big cups sold more. That's my theory, guys. Where's my cinnamon? I am on my tippy toes. I can't get to it. Oh, I see it back there. That's it. I'm getting on a ladder. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, I got the ladder. I wish I could link you guys where you could buy this ladder. It folds up to be extremely thin, fits anywhere, like my little pantry nook. I got it at Costco, and it's called Costco brand. And I never saw it again at Costco. That's like they discontinued it. It's not it's COSCO, not like with a T. So it's not the brand of the store, but it's featured in the store. Don't ask me why. But it's a legend, and like all over the internet. Okay, here's cinnamon cardamom. Nailed it. put that nutmeg in the back because by itself, I don't like that. Ooh, I have pure vanilla powder. Uh-oh. Okay, ooh, cat-like reflexes. Ooh. That almost went crashing to the floor. 2 different shot glasses. One is a measuring cup, and one says beautiful Lake Tahoe, Reno, Virginia City, and it's gold. It's one of those cheesy tourist trinkets. It was rolling off the spice countertop above the microwave. It was going to hit the floor, and I caught it midair. Ooh. Okay. All right, I still have it, boys. I still have it. I may be sick and uncoordinated to the point where I knock things over, but boy, I could catch them in midair. Okay. I'll rejoin you here in front of the cam in a second. Okay, you may be wondering, what does it do? What the hell does turmeric do? What do cloves do? Do I have cloves? Cardamom, cinnamon. Well, they're all antimicrobial. So cloves, if you have a toothache, clove oil, which is concentrated version, right on your gums and your tooth, it will really numb it up, and dentists use it too. So it has analgesic, I think is the word, properties, pain-killing, topical. Okay, I have to put that on the list then. I do not have. What do I not have? Okay, I need blood sugar. This is getting bad. Cloves. Cloves. So cloves are also antimicrobial, but they are also pain-killing to a lesser effect. So is lavender. Lavender oil on your gums is very soothing. It soothes their inflamed things. Lavender is anti-inflammatory, and I imagine clove is, but don't quote me. Now, the main anti-inflammatory ingredient, though, is the turmeric. So you have to build up a threshold, but once you start taking it twice a day or whatever, the heated up version, doesn't matter how you heat it up. It could be in a drink, baking, whatever. Once you start taking that every day, you'll reach a threshold where it will start working as a painkiller and anti-inflammatory every day for you, but you can't stop. That's where I can't give you a definitive answer on how well it works. Well, I forgot it existed in my pantry. But just now, when I was looking up the natural anxiolytic herbal remedies things, I forgot, like, oh yeah, I have that. And my joints feel like I've been hit by a truck, like I just said. All right, let's sit back down. Got a couple of spices. I'm going to flavor this to my own enjoyment. Because if I can't make it something I want to drink it every day, I've got to find another blend. Like I said, I'm most off put by the dash of pepper that's in here. A lot of people, though, maybe like, black pepper, I wouldn't even have known it was in it if you didn't tell me. But I have an extremely good sense of smell. Most of the sense of taste is actually a sense of smell, so I'm a picky eater. Because my taste buds are hypersensitive. Okay, friends. So I got it. Here it is. So you can't particularly see it. One day I'll get like a top-down demonstration table sort of thing for streaming. JCat says I use Norton VPN and no issues other than Home Depot.Canada does not use the IP address thing. Well, I was talking about Nord, the N-O-R-D, that like every streamer in the world now seems to say, use my link. It's great VPN. Yeah. I think it probably works well for a lot of people. Not in Portland, though. It has a problem, and so does Surfshark. I liked Surfshark better, easier, quicker to connect and use, and really good features with Surfshark. However, Surfshark was sometimes great one day and dog dirt the next day. It was inconsistent. Whereas NordVPN was always bad if I connected to Seattle. They had no Oregon server, neither did Surfshark. Seattle's not too far away. Usually that won't introduce lag. It takes 23 milliseconds in general for a signal to get from Portland to Seattle. But if you have to resort to the next closest, which is San Francisco, you can start introducing some lag. And with Surfshark and Nord, I had to keep switching to random California ones. Sometimes LA was faster than Seattle and introduced that lag. But the worst thing is it cut my speed in half on the, or even worse. So if you do a speed test, you have 500 megabits per second, on a great day. And then I would connect to one of the servers, like Seattle. It would say you have 50. Oh, great! Yeah, I'm not paying a huge amount of in monthly bills for 50, which is like a $20 internet plan here. That's like DSL. I'm not going to pay a VPN to nerf my speed down to an experience like I had $20 per service. So I haven't tried too many. I've tried some others. I just can't remember their names, but I finally found one I like, and I'll just tell people I like them now. I don't care if they're paying me or not, and that's PIA, Private Internet Access. It's got Oregon server. So when I go to different websites, it looks like I'm still in Oregon. So there's less of that security login. And you know what? I like this. I keep subconsciously sipping it again and again and again because I'm enjoying this. So far, I only added sugar. Now let me open cardamom spice. The point is, most spices are antimicrobial. The entire, if you learned in, oh crap, I just dumped quite a bit of cardamom in there. Whoops. I thought that would be a tap, but I must have misplaced the little, it's like a drain grate. It's like a grate on the spices. It has little cutout holes. I didn't realize I was absent. Oh boy, a lot just fell in there. Okay. Oh yeah, it smells different now. Let's see. Oh, it's good. Yeah, adding extra spice is great. Just balance it out with a little bit of Safeway cinnamon. And Brad P says, if you just eat curry, like Indian food, you'll get a lot of the spices. That's true. In general, people eating a lot of Indian food report less inflammation in general and fewer stomach problems because, like I said, a lot of these spices are antimicrobial, but not just blanket. They tend to be anti the bad microbes. Just beneficial for human gut flora, and there's an easy explanation why. People are probably still wondering what the hell. Why would spices be antimicrobial? Why does a plant benefit human health anyway? Like an older explanation was, well, God made the plants as nature's pharmacy, like for us, like for our use to help us. Everything on earth is for our use and to help us, including the stars in the heavens. for our navigation. The belief in God in the ancient times was also why astrology was popular. It was a belief in God, not stars. That's the purpose of the stars, to guide us to navigate physically from one place to another, and that your destiny is already known to God at the time of creation. So God sets up a bunch of stars so that you can learn about your own life and make better choices. It's guiding your path. You have a sort of destiny. It was never like what people think today, that astrology is like some weird belief in magic or something. There's a lot of Christians into it until witch trials and stuff, which labeled it demonic, but that took a very long time. Even goes back to the wise men following the star to baby Jesus and stuff. That's very along that line of thinking, that there's a destiny for certain individuals who are born. The ones with a super destiny have got a big astrological sign saying, boom, important person was born, special person. And doesn't particularly matter if it's true or not, or works or not. You can't test it, so there's no debate. It matters, like I say, is a belief. It's there to give people confidence when they're scared, make decisions, or go through something. It's also there to give people a sense of control over their destiny in a world completely without control. Like, as long as I don't make an important decision today, the outcome will be better if I hold it off until tomorrow or whenever the stars are right. That sense of confidence, that relief of anxiety, was beneficial to the public. So that's why I have a little bit of pushback against those who just want to trash, like, say, astrology. And yes, the newspaper version is stupid. That'll never be accurate. It's like everybody born in May, this is your destiny for next week. No. Astrologers were a mix of therapists and believers in the thing. I went down to the exact moment a person was born and figured out where the stars and planets were in relation, not the exact time of birth, and then compares, tell you about you, and then the moment that you visit them, what are the stars and planets doing right now, to have a general forecast for you, the individual. So somebody born 2 minutes apart, you take your birth, where the stars are, and like today, which applies to everybody, where the position of the stars are, you will not have the same results because nobody can be born exactly the same time. Even twins are born minutes apart, and stars have already moved. So you can never ever test anything. You can't have a control group. The point is, stop trashing it. The people who believe it find it beneficial for anti-anxiety purposes. They find it a faith in God thing. However somebody wants to get by and feel more confident and less anxious, let them. If it's harmless, let them do it. Belief is the most powerful metal of them all, and I would say medicine too. So this, though, is physical and real and testable and proven. I mean, the human beings before microbe theory just noticed when they put these spices on things that the food did not spoil, it kept longer. I didn't know why food exactly spoiled, but they just saw cause and effect. So it doesn't matter how they explained it. Now the cool thing about science and tests and such is, as long as it's done without corruption, we can have true confidence in something that's absolutely rock solidly real. The concept of inflammation didn't really exist. We get it now. And we can measure biomarkers about what makes it go up and down. Yeah. I know I should have quit sugar, but I can't. I'll probably have to at some point to reset my chi and my. I know some bad bacteria probably thrive on sugar and some bad fungus. Yeah, I'll do it one day. I'll do anything to fix my stomach. But the reason why plants help us is what makes us ill, especially the microbial world, the viruses, bacteria, fungi, yeasts that are renegade. All these things attack us, but plants existed before us. So plants were fighting the eternal war against microbes long before it was cool, like a long time. So if you think about it, most at the time of just single cell organisms and such, I think that's when they estimate viruses came around. Their number one prey was bacteria. And so more complicated organisms come around. Viruses are like, one cell is just like another. I don't care. And they can make a complex organism ill. So that means, strangely, most viruses are probably our friends. We may not even have discovered the ones that don't particularly make us sick because we're not really looking. They're hard to see. Even with our modern microscope technology, they're hard to see. They're tiny. In fact, there's some viruses that are deadly that come around, like HIV. It was around in the 1920s, killing people ever since. But the way we notice things is we only kind of look for something new when a bunch of people die at once or get ill at once in one spot. And that only happened when a bunch of people got blood transfusions, hemophiliacs. And all of them pretty much died. That's how we found out. God knows how many people have wrong death certificates from the 1920s to the 80s, late 70s. We finally figured it out. Hey Harley, how you doing? You can check iHerb page, Kathy. You have plenty of supplement products there, and some of the best too. Cool. I also like I'm not affiliate with them though right now, right? Wink. Okay. I also love Vitacost.